Welcome one and all to An Unlikely Tale, Godfall. Little scuff, but no worse for the wear. Based in the Sword Coast of Faerun, where we use a combination of various tabletop systems. Due to real-world implications, we will not be naming any of them. And a dash of homebrew, with a sprinkling of the classic rule of cool. Tonight, friends, it's so good to be back in the main campaign. Tonight, we will be continuing our intrepid journey to reclaim the city of Waterdeep from the Scarlet Tide, to garner new allies, and to face one of the greatest enemies this group has ever faced. However, do note that this is a brutal, grim, dark adventure, filled with various hardships, struggles, and injustices. So if you have a low constitution score, you may want some advantage for those saves. As you might guess, yes, I'm still recovering, but that's fine, because the D&D sustains me. So with all that out the way, friends, allow me to unleash the players. Hi guys.
Hello.
Yes, hi, hello.
Howdy.
Well, hello.
And how all you fine folks been?
Not too bad.
Yes.
I've been having a blast.
We've been nervous, not gonna lie. I'm not sure why exactly, but I'll get over it.
Honestly, yeah, I feel that.
Also, ooh.
Would you describe it as a foreboding, nagging feeling that you feel as if you've forgotten something but can't quite place what it is? The strange alignment of circumstance and chance that may lead to a little deja vu?
Alright, bro, you're getting a little bit too deep in this.
Oh, no.
I think he's onto something.
Yeah. See,
No.
while you may be unaware, some of the party, they're noticing something, I'm sure. Some of the veterans, there's some very interesting elements that have been laid out over the course of some time. And I believe you heard a little story not too long ago about a certain something and the order in which it would execute. But we'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah.
That said, one of our additional players will be running a little late tonight, guys. But that's okay. They'll catch up once we get started. So, any questions, comments, concerns before we get started?
I have no
And
idea.
yes, there will be a little recap.
I'm ready for the sweet recap.
How long is it done?
The last session notes are dated, I believe, December 5th. No, December 8th.
It was like the... Wait, never mind.
Holy shit, it's been a year?
Yeah, it's crazy.
My, how the time flies.
Nice, someone had to make the joke.
I work retail and want to die right now, thanks.
Same.
Hang
Oh.
on, you're a little low right now. Let me just adjust your volume.
Oh, good luck this session, hopefully. That roll.
I gotta roll. This gonna be fun.
Hey, Vol, mind giving me a little voice check?
Oh, my voice is messed up still. I was sick over Christmas and New Year's and all that fun stuff.
No worries,
Boy,
I'm just
howdy.
trying to adjust this so that I can hear you a little bit better. Because you're coming in a little low.
Yeah, I think something's going on with my headset too. It's been doing that lately.
There we go. I think I got it. Give me a good testicles 1-2, please.
Balls, repeat, balls.
Excellent. Alright, that'll do.
That was about right.
Sounds
Yeah.
about right. Yep. Alright. Well, with all that goodness out the way, let's get these recap notes covered. In the wake of the Battle of Waterdeep, our heroes escape back to the Bastion of Aurora, extracting the wounded and injured to safety. However, of them, Gandiva was unsatisfied with the result, having lost so much and someone so dear to her. And together alongside Gwendolyn and Roko, and a detachment of brave and willing soldiers, they storm the eastern gate of Waterdeep, armed with the powerful divinous devorators to carve a path through the enemy forces. They prove an unstoppable force, leaving destruction in their wake as they breach the walls with the enemy laid low and their allies in tow. But as they do so, they find a massive counteroffensive lying in wait, and they fight tooth and nail to hold their gained ground, even under aerial bombardment from the enemy airships above. And when all seemed lost, suddenly the sky blackened and grew violent. All around, flaming meteors come careening from the heavens above, scattered across the entirety of the Sword Coast and Faerun Greater. One such celestial body comes crashing down within the mid-city districts of Waterdeep, lending further to the devastation and destruction the city had faced under this war-torn setting. And with one further, still, landing in the far-off seas to the west of the city. As the smoke clears, it's revealed that this meteor that had struck within the city's limits was in fact Bane, god of tyranny, seemingly cast down from his celestial realm and tossed into the prime material. Something he seems to relish, as the battle erupts into chaos, and the party, along with the Scarlet Legions, clash against this celestial titan. It almost seems as if a free-for-all brawl is on the verge of breaking out, as a stranger astride a six-legged steed bearing a flaming sword comes joining the fight. And with this, the party opts to withdraw from the front, taking with them their wounded and re-evaluating the plan that they had, as the god Bane demonstrates why he bears his namesake. In the process, two strangers, Lana, a succubus of the Nine Hells, driven by a compulsion to do good, and Faye Choice, ally from the Pantheon, and agents of Spectre, god of the underworld, join the evacuations, and in the following days learn the full width and breadth of the circumstances they find themselves. Upon returning, Gwendolyn decides that a particular prisoner would be better served aiding the cause than behind bars, and after petitioning for their conditional release, Ace Orlean is assigned under Gwen to fight for the collective. As if problems could mount no further, later that same day, Faye looks down from the surface city of Aurora and witnesses a climactic battle between the stranger that the party had witnessed enter the fray earlier and Bane, the last remaining combatants on the field. This clash ends with Bane withdrawing from the battle, defeated but seemingly alive according to the one who had struck the blow, as they would come to learn. And witnessing this ominous event, Faye quickly springs to action to move those out in the open city to the city's interior, joining shortly with the others to see the stranger from the battle, atop their steed, gripping tight to the massive gleaming sword and turning its attentions now to the barrier that protected the floating city. And with a persistent effort, they managed to break through and engage the waiting party. The battle is intense, but short, as Gwen manages to disarm the flaming knight-like entity from his weapon, only to have it take the form of a man, who, to their surprise, joins in their effort to suppress this powerful warrior. Upon successfully knocking the knight out, they learn the sword-turned young man to be named Sieg, and that he, the knight Gillian Truss, and the steed, Ophius Karg, are all bearers of Denarians, and come to join the war effort against Gibbet. A final crusade, if you will. After much deliberation, they decide to hold the trio, and eventually interrogate them further to ensure their intentions, and find them more than compliant, to their surprise, choosing to stand by under lock and key to earn the good faith of the collective, and the things enter a tenuous but stable stalemate. It's on this particular following day at Gandiva, leading Faye through the lower storage areas of the city, an act seemingly benign, as Faye sought to aid in supplementing their food supplies, would eventually lead to a situation that we now find ourselves. As the scroll she was charged with by Asmodeus to return to the one that it seemed to resonate with began to pulse and vibrate within her bag. And upon withdrawing it and stumbling across a particular individual, who else but Asmodeus, Prince of the Nine Hells, would appear from the scroll in a plume of soot and hellfire. "I will deal with this myself," you hear him say, as his all too divine form coalesces in a fiery plume, and you look upon a god in the flesh. As the passerbys and the guardsmen, completely unaware to what was just transpiring, quickly turn their gazes to the fiery display that filled the corridor. A hushed silence fills the space, and everyone draws to a pause, equal parts confused and terrified at this sudden appearance. As Asmodeus stands before the man you had previously learned to be named Vexillion, his expression is stern and serious, his brow furrowed, and the cavalier disposition you had come to learn him to have, all tossed aside under the tense circumstances you currently find yourselves within. Vexillion looks upon Asmodeus with a slight air of bemusement on his face. Well, I hadn't expected to run into you here. To what do I owe the occasion? You see the edges of Asmodeus's mouth twitch into a quick but faint frown. I'm all too aware of what you are, and I've come to make a deal. The man's eyes light up. And what exactly did you have in mind? Asmodeus, for the first time, acknowledges Gandiva as he casts a sideways glance. Allow me to converse with my associate before I discuss any further conditions.
Of course.
You watch as Asmodeus turns his attentions for but a moment away from Vexillion. Somehow you feel as if he's still watching him all the while, even with his back to turn. And Asmodeus approaches Gandiva, placing a hand on her shoulder and leading her to an aside in the corridor. As this happens, Faye, you watch from just down the hall as this exchange begins to unfold before you. The guardsman you had just been previously speaking with, having escorted you down the hall, and in that same hushed, tense silence that fills the corridor, you watch as a great deal of the civilians begin to charge out through whatever exit leads them furthest away from this exchange. Now, my dear, there's something you need to understand. I've been around for a very long time, and with it, wisdom has taught me a great many things. Of them is to when to hold them and when to fold them. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Excellent. The man down the hall. And as he says this, you see Vexillion with a rather gleeful look on his face, hands on his cane, giving a quick, flamboyant wave. That man, and he says this through gritted teeth, unfortunately lies beyond my machinations. And as a result, he bears a degree of leverage over you, over me, over everyone in this city. Right. Don't let the coy face fool you. You look upon the horsemen of famine.
Oh, shit.
Now, due to Primus's, and by association, Gibbet's status, I, unfortunately, cannot assert my will over it. And if you did your reading, like I told you to, then you know exactly what leverage he holds over us right now.
Yep. I definitely have a good idea.
Then with that said, He's been known to be a man who can't help but haggle. And the only thing that he loves more than haggling is inflicting pain. So I ask, what can you offer that will stay his hand? As he says this, Vexillion begins to slowly make his way toward the pair. I can make it easy for you if you like. Nice clear conditions. I will forestall my toll for 3 months. You will get 3 months before I will bring the reckoning that my seat allots. And when it does, it will come tenfold. Or I can toll the bell now. We can be done with this rather boorish exchange, and I'll move on with my life. I hear Waterdeep, while disappointing, is nothing compared to Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter, and I did fancy a visit.
I would rather not have the bell toll so soon. We're coming off the heels of a war in Waterdeep. We've barely had a chance to recollect ourselves after all of that.
That's of little consequence to me. Though I have enjoyed the show, I must say.
How long have you been aboard Aurora? I'm just curious.
Oh, since your heroic arrival on the battlefield. That evacuation of refugees proved quite useful. So, do I leave you with starving bellies today? Or do I rain hell upon you another day?
I'll take the rain check.
Asmodeus places a hand on Gandiva's shoulder. His clawed fingers dig deep. Understand what you offer. And be careful.
Well, I'm thinking of what to offer him. If anyone has any suggestions that could help, I'll take them too.
This is tense.
It is.
Negative ideas. Good luck.
Could always throw caution to the wind and engage him in combat. Try to slay him. That is always an option. However, if he gets away, well, that won't be good.
That is definitely one of those scripted JRPG fights that you're meant to lose.
Man, this would play out so much different if you guys were here. Because then it would be less of a question of do we give him what we want? And I'm sure much more a question of how quickly do we kill him?
Indeed. Okay, so let's think about the pros and cons about those two things he said.
Uh-huh.
Starving bellies. I mean, would that nullify what Faye did last time?
I actually don't think so.
Yeah, so there's a pro.
We can. Actually, yeah, you make a really valid point. We can
Just
actually-
recreate more food.
Yeah, we could just create more food.
We were already in the process
There's also
of that.
the possibility that it's something that affects the storehouses of the places too. It's not just the food that's already in it.
True.
So I doubt he would just destroy all the food and leave.
True.
So it's gonna be hell for a lot of people, but it wouldn't be capital H hell on everyone.
Yeah. You know
If
what?
you-
You make a valid point.
If you were to fight him here, though, who else is really there? Because I'm assuming Asmodeus can't fight him as well.
He's kind of.
You only have Faye and a couple of guardsmen.
Because
So what if
Roko
I-
right now is in the workshop area. How far is that from here? How immediate could she respond to a distress call?
It would take roughly about 10 minutes from the workshops, taking the lift and rushing full tilt. It would take you about 10 minutes to get there.
That's a lot. That's a
Think-
long time in battle.
Yeah.
A lot around the combat.
It's technically, what,
10
60
rounds.
turns? 60
Yeah.
rounds, something like that?
Fine. You know what? I'll let him do it. I think I'm gonna let him do it.
Who doesn't know I'm already starving myself?
Real. Gandiva hasn't eaten since Waterdeep.
Word.
Barely.
Captain
Maybe
Hell.
coffee. I don't know.
The agony.
All right. I'm gonna let him do it. All right, Vexillion. You can go ahead and have your fun.
His eyes go wide in genuine surprise. Well, now that's an answer I didn't expect.
Well, I have confidence in me and my group that we can overcome whatever you throw at us. So as much as I'd rather not have to deal with another problem, go ahead.
He simply closes his eyes, shaking his head, and shrugs his shoulders. Well, I suppose that just makes my job all the easier. He snaps his fingers. A pulse seems to ripple throughout the corridor, and all those present feel it. Easy enough. He begins to turn to make his exit. A darkened rift tearing open the center of the corridor. When you eventually meet the true father, give him my regards. And with that, Vexillion steps through the rift, vanishing into its inky darkness and heading off the unknown. Within moments, you feel it. It's almost as if the entire world has shifted on its axis. Something strange, an ominous sensation of foreboding you can't quite place. And then you feel it and you remember. Years ago, a similar feeling had filled your gut. As a massive tolling sound fills the air, it seems both distant and near simultaneously. As the third bell of the apocalypse has been tolled, and the third of the fourth horsemen have played their part. All across the Sword Coast and Faerun Greater, the tolling can be heard raining down from the heavens above, seemingly everywhere and nowhere. And with it, the third omen of the end has been unleashed in mass across the entirety of the Prime.
Fuck it, we ball.
Oko is getting a pretty bad sensation right now.
The ominous forebodings permeates every fiber of Aurora, and with it, an unerring, aching hunger in the bellies of those who reside within it. Asmodeus turns to Gandiva. I do hope you and your associates have a plan, because there remains but one seal before the true Final days are upon us. Damn. The silence is deafening, guys.
I
I'm
mean,
not
this-
there. I
this-
don't have anything to say.
Yeah, Sam, this don't got shit to do with me.
Ooh, damn.
Oh, it
Also, I-
certainly does.
Boot up.
And I said ooh woo, but I was muted, so.
Nerd.
I said, well, shit, but I'm not there, so I just stayed muted.
Yandiva recalls the prophecy. The first 4 seals are the dawning of the riders and the release of their seat. The 5th seal will herald a massive genocide of the faithful as the chaos of the riders shakes the faith of the gods, and those who turn their back against the High are slaughtered, their brothers and sisters cutting them down in wrathful spite. There is but one rider remaining. One rider unaccounted for. Lucien Fleur, the rider of conquest. Rex Lurien, the rider of war. Vexilian Andres, the rider of famine. And yet still the unnamed rider of the pale horse.
If there
What
is. It.
That was the night
Oh.
of Atharis. The night Lysak's bloody morning took place.
Ooh.
I want to ask Asmodeus what he plans to do from here.
Quite simple, my dear. I will shore up my forces. I will wrangle each and every devil under my banner. And when the day of reckoning comes, I will fight on the lines as I did during its first days. There's naught to conquer if the world is ashes. And my machinations are far from fruition. Hey, you can only look on in both terror, confusion, and ever-gnawing hunger. As you watch the exchange that had just taken place before you. The guardsmen at your side clearly shaking in his greaves. The gentle tremor of his legs can be heard rattling in the lone corridor alongside you.
I'll say one last thing then. If it really comes down to it and this world is a lost cause, there's much more we can conquer outside of this world. And I'll be more than happy to stand by your side to conquer any planet.
Oh my god. What a twist.
Any world.
God damn. God
That's
damn.
it. That's it. That's all. I'm gonna just leave you with that. Let that sink in.
After that entire exchange, Faye is going to then run over to Gandiva. Gandiva, what was that? There's a guy, and who are you? He points to Asmodeus.
This is. He's like my dad.
He's your dad?
Almost. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You want to tell me what was just going on and why my stomach feels awful?
I will leave you to your companion. There's much to be done.
Alright. Well, you know where to find me if you ever need me again.
Nice to meet you, Gandiva Dad.
He cocks an eyebrow. I'll have my eye on you.
Gandiva just smiles.
Before vanishing in a burst of hellfire, the smell of stagnant sulfur and soot fill your nostrils as Asmodeus vanishes from sight.
He can just do that?
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Ah, okay. Anyways, what was that?
Oh, that was just one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse that just fucking tolled his bell. Yep.
I'm sorry, what now?
Yeah, he was the horseman of famine.
And why was he here?
I was asking myself that same question. Apparently he came in with the refugees and was just staying here. Which explains quite a bit, actually.
Did he do anything besides make all of our stomachs feel awful, or is that just me?
I think we should maybe check up on our food stores and whatever else we can look at in terms of food and make sure he didn't like spoil all of our hard-earned food.
Yeah, I think that's certainly best. Go back over
yep.
to the guard, make sure he's okay, see if he's all still shaken up or not.
What the hell was that?
Hey man, I don't know. We just gotta check our food. Some stuff's going down.
Okay. The guardsman quickly he kind of quickly readies himself and shakes himself and gives himself a quick smack across the face. All right, where we going? Where we going?
The food storage.
I like this god, man. Can we give him a name?
He does have a name, but I just forgot since it was so long.
Timothy.
I also forgot it. So for the sake of the session, we're gonna call him Timothy.
Let's go.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Name's Tim. Timmy. Timorino.
Oh, Timmy! Oh, Timmy! I know Tim. I know you. You're that one guy.
Timothy Hortons?
As you rush down the corridor, returning from where you were just moments ago, that ominous, foreboding feeling shifts into despair. One by one, you make your way into each storeroom, and you peer within and see naught but ash.
Oh man!
Dude, I just made like so much food.
Yeah.
So is that all? Is it all now?
What happens if we try to make more? Will they just turn to ash too?
I don't know. I can't do it again. I need some time. Do you guys like make your own food here? Like you got farms or stuff?
Oh, we were working on farms. I'm not sure if it ever got finished or not because water deep.
Well, we should probably go check those, see if those are okay. Because if we can't make any food, we're not good, in a very bad situation.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go check.
Lead the way, Timmy.
Okay. So you're attempting to ascertain whether or not you can conjure more food? Was it?
Oh, we
No,
were gonna
don't
check on the agricultural.
Yeah.
Oh,
See if the
that's
farms are okay.
the farms haven't even been established in this place yet.
Oh, okay, so
There
they weren't
are
even
no
established yet.
farms.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I said. I said I didn't know if they were
Oh.
established
The
yet. 'cause I'm like,
agricultural extension they were trying to recover for the city is back in New Barovia. It's almost done in its excavation and restoration. So should you return to New Barovia, you could remedy the problem. However, this leaves the front line without reinforcements. And the tides of Waterdeep will spill out from the northwestern coastlines of the Sword Coast out into the greater Faerun area.
Man, what sucks?
Dude, you really screwed us here, bud.
it was that, or it would be 10 times worse 3 months down the line.
Yeah, I know. So I I think the best course of action would be to go to the farms, because if we have no citizens to protect, there's no kingdom, there is no front line.
So true. We need our people.
Yeah. Should we regroup
I
with
do have
everybody else?
another cleric that can create food and water. I didn't do it with her yet.
I
Is that
mean,
a
if
fabled
she's here,
Novenia?
that'd be pretty cool.
No, it's I'll say. She's
Huh.
she's on Aurora right now, I think.
Yeah.
Hold on. What slot did I use? Because depending on what I used, I might be able to make more.
Hilda has that spell.
Create food and
I'm
water
pretty
was only
sure.
third, but I don't know what level you casted it at.
No, I used mass creation food and water.
Oh, okay.
That's much higher. I think that's 6th. Yeah, it is 6th.
Oops, never mind. That's plants growth that she has.
I mean,
Plant
I
growth is
could
pretty
cast
cool
it
too.
at 7th and 8th level, but I feel like I should just see if I can create any food at all. So I'll just cast the basic create food and water at 3rd level.
Yeah, it was 6th, I think. Or no, 5th, and then you cast it at 6th, I think.
Oh
So,
shoot, plant growth is pretty cool though. Yeah, you gotta find Hilda.
Where is Hilder?
She's just hugging the trees all over.
yeah, that'd be really useful for farms.
I imagine Hilder is currently flying in the skies of New Barovia, keeping a vigil for any threats that might approach the borders.
True. I did also hurl her into the quest of tracking down the Cerberus, and I completely forgot to check back on. Oops.
Hehe. Hehehehe.
Uh-oh. Can't wait to see how that turns out.
Faye's just gonna kneel down, put her hands out in front of her, try to cast create food and water. See if it happens.
Okay. As you attempt to conjure forth sustenance in the wake of such devastating losses to your food stores, just as you had earlier, you begin to channel the magic. And as you begin to do so, the mark on the back of your hand begins to glow the bright, brilliant green emerald light. As the food begins to take on this same luminescent glow, you are suddenly taken with a vision. You see a stranger, but as you draw closer, the stranger looks like the man you had seen, the young boy you had seen when you had first received this brand. He appears to be in deep, tight, clustered forests. A vast variety of flora and fauna can be seen dotting the landscape around him. And he suddenly stops. Two foxen ears twitch, and he turns. Standing in the distance, you see a woman. On her hip, a sword. You then see the young man traveling with this woman. You see the various places he had visited. You see the various things he has taken part in. But above all of it, the dedication to the sword that he carried with him through it all. You then see the boy, now elsewhere, somewhat older looking. He's in a forest. And as he wanders through it in the midst of the night, you see him happen across a group of strangers. The exchange is awkward, but there's an air of camaraderie that seems to be shared between all of them. When you blink, you find yourself back in the storeroom once more. And as you register your surroundings, the entire room is filled to the brim with all manner of vegetables and fruit.
Oh my goodness!
Whoa. Oh, okay. She kind of takes one of her hands and puts it on her forehead with an aching manner. God, what was that? Kind of stands up and looks at the food to make sure it doesn't deteriorate.
The food appears to be untouched, pristine, and stranger still, casting off a faint luminescent glow. That same emerald green.
just like starts jumping down very happily. Goes over to hug Gandiva.
Yeah. Gendy will hug back.
Okay, this is great. Do we need to get like shipping containers to give it to the people?
With the food you've managed to conjure, you will likely be able to sustain Aurora for a minimum of 4 days.
We'll probably have to do this a couple more times, but
That's a lot better than I was going for. So
yeah, and at least now we know that we can continue to make food and beat this
yeah.
hunger back.
All right. How do we start distributing this? Timothy?
Timmy?
Hey, don't look at me. My job's just to guard the stuff. I don't know how to deal it out. Usually they have requisitions officers come down here and dole all that stuff out. That's far beyond my pay grade. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm even still alive. Did you see those two guys?
I didn't really want to, but I did. A little scary.
Gotta say, I love Timothy.
One of those guys wasn't that bad. He wasn't that bad. He's a good guy. He was on our side.
Timothy, you were able to contact Lady Youth before. Could you do it again and send somebody down here?
Oh shit! Yeah, that completely. Oh my god! Yes. Yeah. We should probably fill somebody in. And you see him rush off and begin to talk into Ascending Stone as he tries his best to get into contact with you. And as Timothy attempts to report this sudden shift in the food situation elsewhere, strange things are happening. Strange goings-ons. One sec.
Not the stranges. I'm very happy to put down Timothy the guard in parentheses best guard.
Yes.
I'm dead.
For a hot, solid minute, I was thinking, should I go with Timothy or should I say Tiffany? Because I don't know which one I wanted. Both sound equally as good.
They're both awesome.
You
Guys, I'm gay for Timothy.
word.
He is best guard.
You guys are killing me right now.
We gotta protect his ass, yo.
We need some
If anything
fan art
happens to him,
Timothy.
I
The new
swear.
NPC that gets kidnapped by the party.
By the BMG.
He's gonna get a pay upgrade. You know what? I'm giving him a raise. Timothy did it.
Yeah.
Oh, he did a
Making
great
the
job just
king.
standing idly by while one of the horsemen of the apocalypse just snapped away all of his food.
Hey,
Didn't
it's about
shit
the
his pants.
accent. It's about
That's a fair
the
point.
fucking-
He didn't shit his pants. He could have shit his pants. He probably would have shit his pants, but he didn't shit his pants.
And he should know about Osmodeus because I've been proselytizing all over Aurora about him.
Oh, no, that's true. Yeah. It's not like he doesn't know who Osmodeus is. He just doesn't worship him.
He gonna learn today.
Oh, God. Okay. One sec. The sound of creaking, protesting wood can be heard as an individual forces their way through a partially obscured trapdoor. as fresh air fills his lungs. He's taken with a heavy cough, surveying the scene around him. He finds himself in a half-ruined building. The sounds of gunfire and cannon fire can be heard off in the distance. And he realizes, having spent so much time at its exterior, where he is.
Ah, shit. Why the fuck am I back here?
Count yourself lucky. We could be dead right now, you know.
Yeah, we could. At least we're not. Can't believe you wouldn't even inform me on this. Thought we had a deal.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time a Denarian lied.
Probably won't be the
Though-
last either.
I have reason to suspect that Laliel may have had something to do with it.
Still an asshole move. I mean, who knows? Maybe we could have helped. Come on.
Well, Velmariel isn't exactly known for being a team player. That's the phrase, right?
I think so. At least you're a team player, right?
The best
Right.
team player, as... So,
God.
as a team player, I think it best that we get out of here before we end up dead.
I agree.
It'd be really unfortunate to have happen after all we've been through in the last, what, 48 hours?
Yeah, it's been pretty hectic. So mad that I couldn't get that loot though. That was pretty good loot. When the fuck did she summon a phoenix? That's a different story entirely, but that's for a different day.
Agreed. What do you see? He asks as you grow, kind of more aware of your surrounding. You make your way over to a nearby window and peer out. You make
Well-
out the ruined buildings around you and the semi-ruined road dotting the street you currently find yourself on. Part of the building is exposed to the open air, and this allows you view the skies above. You reason you're somewhere in the Midtown district. This due in part to the Black Citadel still floating in the sky above the city, just beneath the black sun.
Well, we're back at Waterdeep again. Aurora is still there, so that's good news. But yeah, we're back here. Still can't believe all of this even happened.
Yes,
Yeah.
I had reasoned I would have the ability to suppress him, but something about the contract you two wrote. It prevented my interference. I don't understand it exactly.
Could have been more clear with the terms.
Surely we can scrutinize those when we get to safety.
Agreed.
As you continue your vigil, you watch as 2 platoons of the Scarlet Legion make their way patrols down the road. As the last of the second group passes, you reason you might have an opportunity to sneak by. Give me a stealth check, if you choose to pursue this way out of the city.
Is my character here? Or...
Yes, indeedy. Underneath stationed in Aurora, you should find Tranquil. The sheets are usually set up in alphabetical order.
Hmm. See my name, but I don't see anything on it.
Ah, let me get that squared away. Usually it's just a little permissions hiccup. Go ahead and reopen that for me. See if you see it.
Here I do.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Here, and please don't fuck me up.
Oh, stealth.
Oh, stealth.
Yes,
I
yes.
didn't roll. What the fuck?
19.
Nice.
As you slip out of the building, paying careful heed to your footfalls as you make your way down the debris-strewn road, you eventually cusp the corner and peer around it. As you do, you realize the platoon is facing this way. But fortunately, they haven't spotted you. You wait a moment, and eventually, they continue their patrol onward, taking a right and disappearing out of sight. You cross over, continue your approach to the southern districts of the city. And you manage to make your way for some time with no issues, until you hear the call of a foreign language, a yell, alluding that you've been spotted. Give me an athletics check as you attempt to outrun the pursuing guards. Or
Well,
soldiers.
shit. Fuck. This does not look good.
You
Maybe I
continue
should just
to
re-roll
run.
that.
You want to try
Maybe I should just
reroll?
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of my luck point. All right, there. We have one left now. That's amazing. Better.
Success. As you continue to run, creating more and more space between you and your pursuer. Soon enough, you find their persistent yells, accompanied with gunfire as they begin to fire in your direction. It is then as you hear a voice call from one of the nearby darkened alleys as you round a corner. Quickly, this way. As you turn to look at the source of the voice, it appears to be a tiefling man. His face is hidden and obscured by a large leather hood. And if you didn't know any better, you'd call him a little shifty. But he currently claims to offer you a way away from the pursuing guardsmen. Do you take it?
Shit. All right. Fuck it. I'll go with him.
As the man beckons with his hand, you quickly turn and break down the alleyway that he is currently indicating. He joins you as you both begin to run in stride with one another, and eventually, you hear the voices of the pursuing soldiers far, far and distant. In this brief moment of respite, you find yourselves in one of the darkened alleyways, nestled between two still standing buildings.
And who might you be?
The man looks up between panting gasps. A friend.
Oh, that's good to know. You know, in this restless city where Scarlet soldiers are everywhere and no one can trust anyone. That was amazing.
You see the man visibly roll his eyes. Fair point. He withdraws his hood, revealing a dark-haired individual. Two large horns raised from his head, and a rough dusting of hair on his chin and jawline. Name's Rex.
Well, I'm Tranquil. How's it going? Why did you save me?
Well, they're chasing you, so you can't be that bad.
You do have a point there. Why are you still in this town? The city.
That's you don't gotta worry about that.
All right, I won't pry. I won't pry.
I'm doing
Yes,
my
yes,
best
yes.
to help where I can. Let's just leave it at that.
Do you know a way to get to the Aurora?
Yeah, actually. We got about 20 minutes trek from this spot. And good 14 patrols of Scarlet soldiers on the way from here to there.
Sounds easy enough.
Yeah,
It should be fine.
easy, no problem.
Don't worry about it.
So, how did you end up so far behind enemy lines?
Honestly, we have our own secrets, but the portal shit, wink wonk,
Wait,
peered in basement.
wait,
You know.
wait, slow down. Portal shit, basement. What does that? What does that mean? What is that?
Okay, so where I originally was, I was in the deep dark. All right, I was in the underworld, and we were fighting some enemies. And my oh, what's your opinion on Denarians, hypothetically speaking?
His eyes narrow. How do you know that word?
Take it you don't like them.
That doesn't answer my question. How do you know that word?
Well, answer. I gave you a question first. You should probably answer. I'll answer yours if you answer mine.
You are a vexing man. You know that, right?
Completely.
Excellent. Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page. All right, I'll play your little game. You scratch mine, I scratch yours. I'm here to help fight off the Scarlet Legion, but for very specific reasons. I operate best on my own.
Okay. I have fought the Scar Legions myself, and I have 2 Denarians inside me.
Now, when you say inside you, what do
Gay
you
shit.
mean?
Gay shit.
I guess you would say I absorb them. They're. It's kind of like I'm psycho and I have multiple people in my mind, you know. But they're Denarians and they can manifest themselves. Really weird.
You are a fascinating individual. Has anybody ever told you that?
A lot of people, yes.
Huh. Yeah.
I'm also going after a Gotham on me, so that's completely different. Apparently she's like a dragon shit. Pretty awesome.
A dragon shit? Okay, wow. You are just a bag of nondescript,
Phrases?
indeterminable phrases. Okay, so, sir.
Yes, person named Rex.
You're trying to get out of here, right? And given your current disposition, I'm assuming you might be in need of medical attention.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of pain right now.
I can tell.
Can you help relocate my shoulder?
Wait, you serious?
Yeah, it's been dislocated this entire time.
Well, you might want to have said something.
You know, I
One
didn't really have
sec.
time.
takes hold of your wrist and places a hand on your shoulder. You see him kind of gently move the arm, and with a quick snap of his wrist, you feel the popping of your shoulder as it ripples up your arm and into the socket.
Oh, Zooey Mama, that fucking hurt.
Yeah, well, nobody said it felt good.
Doesn't.
You good?
Yeah, seems to be working fine. But yeah, why are you so interested in the portal again? We want to get back to the subject.
Ah, yes. Portal, place, basement, those indeterminate phrases that you were,
Yeah, so I was in the underground part. You know how you can go down into the underground world and shit. You know that about that place where the Drows live?
The Underdark?
Yes, that's the place.
Okay. You were in the Underdark.
Uh-huh.
Why were you in the Underdark?
I forgot the reason. I was with my party, you see.
You know, given your current condition, I'll actually believe you on that.
Yeah.
So, you were in the Underdark. What does that have to do with how you got here?
So, I made a deal with my Denarian. One of them, at least.
First off, bad idea.
Yeah. But one of them is really nice, you know? He's pretty helpful. Been with him for a while. The other one I just got after defeating a Scarlet King dude. And I kind of forced him to be my Denarian. That's a different time. But, yeah. We were in the Underdark, and we were fighting against some drowned assassins that tried to ambush us. And I decided to use my second Denarian. And we defeated the enemy, first of all. That was pretty nice. But secondly, he sensed what I made with the deal. He wanted the heart of another Denarian. So he went for, do you know Lalil? Lalil? How we say her name? Do you know that Denarian?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, we made the deal that he would obey my commands if he can have the heart of her. First of all, she's like a sadistic bitch, alright? You don't want to be with her. But we made a deal, and he sensed her while I was in the Underdark, and while he was technically in quote-unquote control. He knocked me out, and he went after her, but he got his ass beat, and we ended up into this pathway of stars. I walked on it for a little bit, and then suddenly I'm in a fucking basement in Waterdeep. A lot of shit happened, you know?
So what you're telling me is there's a way into the city through the underground.
Yeah, maybe.
No. This is very, very important. If there's
I
a way
remember
into
name
the
now.
city...
It's called the Vault of Stars. You ever heard of that place?
Okay. You know way too many things you should not know for the way you carry yourself, sir. So what we're gonna do is, as much as this is inconvenient for me, we're gonna get you back to that flying city in the distance there. You see that one over there? You remember that one? You remember what it's called?
Yeah, yes I do.
What's it called?
Aurora.
Oh, good. Okay, so you're still with me. All right. We're gonna get you there, and you're gonna tell them what you just told me. Understand?
That's a lot of explaining to do, alright?
It might be a lot of explaining to do, but we
I think some of them do know
could
me.
benefit a
So,
great deal from knowing how to get into the city from the underground.
you know Silas?
Yes,
Or new Silas?
New?
Yeah?
What do you mean new?
He's dead? The Scarlet King kinda put a hole in his chest.
I see. Wonder
Yeah.
everything's going to hell in a handbasket.
Oh yeah, he died. I saw him die. Well, everyone saw him die. And the reason I was going after him, the reason I met him was because my first Naren buddy thought that he could help me with the situation of me having a Naren inside me. I met him, he made me join the party, and blah 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 blah. We had party things, and then Waterdeep happened, and yeah. Long story.
I see. Wow.
Now they make me think about it. I probably just caused a lot of mental trauma to my party. That's for a different story.
Yeah, let's get you out of the city, shall we?
Sure.
He draws his hood back over his head and begins leading the way down the alleyway, opposite from whence you came. As you continue your pursuit forward, you manage to dodge and slip behind various passing battalions. And in the process,
That's what I was thinking too. Weave.
God damn it, Tranquil.
I'm Gandiva for saying it, alright? I just thought it. She said it. Ain't my fault.
I just can't.
Sorry.
Okay, alright. As you manage to avoid the passing patrols and battalions, in the process, you also are granted an opportunity to kind of inspect their troops from a distance. From what you can tell, there seems to be 2 major legions in operation, though they are composed of only very, very vaguely different compositions. A main Scarlet Legion contingency, and a legion that seems to be paired with both artillery weaponry as well as a chained abomination.
So, what is that exactly?
You immediately recognize it to be one of the various aberrant horrors that reside from within the dark below, twisted and mutated by its corrupting influence.
Well, why are you guys keeping that thing? Well, I'm not. Let's just get to Aurora. This is good enough. Now I need to know. I need to know shit.
Yeah, they've got a very interesting cast of horrifying creatures within their ranks.
Mm-hmm.
It is then you get a strange feeling in your gut, almost like that second sense that permeates from your time traveling as a hunter and slayer of those the Scarlets influence. Give me a survival check.
That's never good. Oh,
Lucky man.
oh.
Truly, one of the luckiest men at my table.
Dude, I've always had just one above. It's been constant. Always that one fucking above. Can't be lower, can't be higher.
So first things first. Shout out to Kamikaze. Much appreciation for that 5 subs. Thank you.
Hey, I didn't babble everything there. Right.
And that said,
It was a little bit.
as you are given pause, you raise a hand and stop Rex from continuing onward. Right in time to see the massive hulking frame of Rock Tulkesh stomping through the city streets on his way towards the Black Citadel.
Think we should warn them about that, or is that like not a problem yet?
I've been trying to kill that bastard for days. Only appears on the battlefield every so often, which means something big must be happening soon.
Still want to kill him now? I mean, it seems like a
Not
good
now.
opportunity.
Not now. There's no telling if you'll end up fucking surviving.
Hey man, I've been through a lot worse, right?
You have no idea what that thing is capable of.
Capable of running away pretty good, so it'll be fun.
Well, let's just let him run away.
And
for
like you
now.
said, this thing appears rarely. So
Which is why it's important we warn your friends before we engage him.
so you are willing to engage him. All right, man.
Well, clearly, I told you I've been trying to kill the guy for days.
I know, but I thought you're not just. I thought you were just like telling me to go warn them. They're gonna leave me there. But it
No,
said
I'm
we.
not gonna leave you there. I told you we gotta get you out of here. I don't
Yeah, no,
trust
but-
you to get out of
no,
here
no,
by
no, no,
yourself.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when we go talk to them and then you warn them and then you're gonna fight it. I was like, you said that we were gonna fight it, right? We includes you and me. And I'm happy for that, you know? Seems fun.
You are a handful, sir. You understand that?
Oh, I do fully. I've been more of a handful than you can ever imagine, right?
I prefer not to imagine. I prefer to
Oh,
survive.
you should. You should imagine all of it.
No,
Destroy
no, no, no. Hey, you, look at me. Eyes up. Come on. You, here, you paying attention? He's doing the motion where he points at your eyes and then points at his eyes and then back at your eye.
I've been staring at him this entire time. I haven't looked down, I swear.
Okay, alright. Now, he places a hand on the back of your head and slowly leans out of the
place
alleyway.
I put my hand on the back of his head. We're doing it now.
And he just looks at you with this awkward expression on his face. What are you doing?
I don't know, I'm doing what you're doing. Just like some sort of ritual you do?
No,
Some sort
I'm
of-
trying to
I don't
show
know.
you. Okay, you see? About 50 yards that way?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's where you want to go. That's where we gotta go.
Oh, great.
Once
great,
we
great.
get past those buildings in the distance, right?
I'm listening.
Then we can make for the southeastern gate. Once we get to the southeastern gate, we can find some of your friends and get you out of here. Doesn't that sound nice?
That's amazing.
All right, excellent. Okay.
Do you have any friends? I'm not meaning that in a demeaning way, but do you have any friends? You seem kind of like a loner.
Actually, yes, I do.
Good for you.
Yes, it's great. It's great. It's why I'm out here.
Ah, that's amazing.
So, what we're gonna do?
Most of my friends are dead. That's a different story. Let's just get to Aurora. We'll survive this. Probably. Hopefully. Who knows?
Right now, I really want to punch you.
Oh, you have no idea.
Okay.
I almost made my healer quit healing me. If that makes any sense.
Ah, I wonder why. Okay, you. Right. All right. You see? You're with me now, right? He's still pointing down the road. We're gonna run as fast as we possibly can. You hear me?
Okay, gotta roll on that one.
Fast,
Gotta roll on that
fast as we possibly can. No, not slow. No tripping. No stumbling. No, we're gonna run straight line, fast as we can.
I'm great
you
at
do
running,
that?
brother.
Yeah, you're still alive, I can tell. So, what we're gonna do, straight line. You with me? Straight line, okay? Don't turn, no matter what you hear, straight line. You ready?
Sure. I'm ready. I'm fully ready.
He doesn't say anything, he just breaks out into a full-on, full-tilt sprint.
Son of a bitch.
Give me an athletics check to keep up.
Fuck, I gotta do my lucky, please. Please. I have no more lucky points. Oh, fuck. I have one left, but oh. Yeah, what about Indomitable? Indomitable, come on, do me a favor. Come on. Come on. Fuck! Well, since I didn't go too well now, did it?
Nope. Can't say it did. Can't say it did at all.
All my rolls were shit. What happened to the luckiest man in the world, huh?
Seems like you
That shit went down the drain.
you
This
slashed
party's
that up.
cursed.
As you begin chasing after Rex, pumping your legs as hard as you can, the muscles strain and ache under this final exertion, crying out in protest from the rather thorough thrashing you found yourself in when you had awoken. And as you charge on, you manage to draw closer and closer. You can see the palisades and their wooden constructs sticking up out of the ground. And then you feel tearing agony rip through your shoulder. As Rock Tulkesh
You son of a bitch.
caught sight of you 3/4 of the way there and sent one of his conjured weapons to assail you. Whoops. Goddamn spaghetti code.
You get no bitches, Rakesh.
You get another try as you attempt to will yourself forward and continue to run. You can see the back of Rex just before you, and the distance is growing more still. Athletics check.
Come on, bro! Oh no.
Shit. Oh shit.
2 more agonizing blades come piercing through, one in your abdomen, the other through your thigh. You stumble closer and closer still to the exit. You feel as if it's just there. Last check. This one at disadvantage.
Oh, you fucking asshole. Okay. Okay, buddy. Try to see even roll. Is it worth it at this point? Yeah, I thought so. Oh, you bitch. You bitch. You know what? Can I, use my second wind? That'll be pretty good at this point.
1 second.
Need to roll a 10. Oh, fuck. I die the first time I'm back. That's what being.
You have taken a total of 81 damage.
Excuse me?
I am truly speechless.
If your second wind can restore 15 points of HP
Go fuck
as
yourself.
you
It's a plus
push.
10. It's a
The plus 10
D10.
It's a D10. But
It's a
doesn't it
D10, fuck you.
doesn't it have a base modifier that goes up with it? Yeah, your fighter level.
Is it?
You're a level 11 fighter. That's a base 10. That's base 11 right there, you dingus.
Oh, shit.
So you could potentially get a 21.
You're correct. I never thought of that. That makes sense. Who would have thought?
So,
One,
if you gotta get that 15, my friend, a 15. So you gotta roll a minimum of a 4 on a D10.
Come on, Tranquil.
This doesn't work. I just gotta pull my Zenarian buddy. If he dies, well, I'm fucked. Holy
And
shit!
you got the full 10.
Damn, bro.
That's what we call luck, baby. I'm back in the house.
Yeah,
This is
look.
how it be,
And the
brother.
luckiest man alive manages to push through as the
Hey,
fourth
Lucker.
bladed
thing, bro.
weapon careens forward and beds itself in your back. You feel your consciousness slip and shake as you struggle to push on. The body that you find yourself in doing its damnedest to keep up with the demands that you've given. And with that final push, you manage to make it through. As suddenly, you find Rex grabbing you and pulling you out of the line of fire
Hey, buddy.
and
How's it
tossing
going?
you onto the grass at his side.
We should get fucking going.
Didn't I tell you not to trip?
Oh, you feel like I can't. I don't control the fucking earth. I'm not an earthbender. Fuck off. Let's get the fuck out of here, brother. We don't got time for this bullshit. I don't even know how I'm alive. I'm gonna be honest. I should be fucking dead, but that's like a lot of my situation. So, you know.
He reaches down and offers you a hand, pulling you up to your feet and doing his best to be considerate of the various protruding weapons currently jutting out from your body.
Yeah, don't touch any of this shit. I need all the blood I can get, alright?
Yeah. Wouldn't want you bleeding out before we get you any proper attention.
What's even more fucked? I was already injured before this started.
Guess that goes to show you're one resilient bastard.
Ah, yeah.
And as he says
Ever talked
this,
to Law on it?
he goes to flag down the nearby collective soldiers. They approach warily at first, but after the assuaging words of Rex, they take the wounded Tranquil and load him onto one of the nearby airships at the stationed camp outside the city walls.
I don't even have my healing hands to heal myself. I already used that.
Now we're going to take a quick little 5-minute break. You've been sitting for the last hour and 47 minutes. I encourage you to hop up, stretch, grab a snack, grab some water. We will be continuing with the interior group of the party when we get back.
This has been amazing. How's it going,
Oh, man, I need
guys?
some mental recovery
Yeah,
after
welcome
that.
back.
What the fuck, bro?
Hey,
And we'll be right back, guys. And we're back.
Wait, no,
Yeah.
that's
Hey,
disgusting.
guys.
It's like he made his daughters. and he's
Hi,
fucking
whoa,
sons.
hey,
And
what's
then-
going on?
all right, I'll leave you to it. I just came here to laugh at Tranquil. Bye.
Yeah, you missed
Hi.
a lot of. This sounds about right.
What?
Yes, story Varen.
See,
Verinter is a player
icons.
on the other group, one of the other tables, and he was one
Alright,
of
play
Tranquil's
with me.
previous allies.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sai, do you know what time we're going to tonight?
Roughly probably till about just after 2. But we
Okay.
can wrap up a little sooner if you guys need to call it an early night. You know how it is. I'm
I
very
will
flexible.
be leaving at my same time.
No worries.
I can stay as long as I'm needed, but if you don't plan on, like, if my character doesn't have any use of being here,
Oh, I
just
got
let
you.
me know.
Don't you worry.
So far, like, we've had 3. All I think I've done now is annoy Gwen by playing the guitar, and that's all I've done. I'm pretty sure.
A
No
wonderful moment
worries.
for all
No
of us.
worries.
I haven't even
Not
gotten
that
like
much.
beat up.
He's like
anyone
that.
yet.
He's like that trumpet kid in that one meme.
I know.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
destroyed that guitar when you annoyed me with
Yeah,
it.
and then I pulled out another one.
I think we're gonna become great friends. Gonna be honest.
I think so too. I don't even know you. I want to be friends.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
This is great.
That's of two
I'm
evils.
so high
Who
on
would it be?
caffeine.
Whoa. We're not evils. Get it straight.
Oh, I'm evil.
Not an evil by definition.
Okay, we're not all evil. I'm just
I
a
think
little
I'm
bit of a
turning
chaos
evil.
bringer. I bring a little bit of fun, a little bit of spice.
How do you grow a homunculus?
What?
Yeah.
You first get some animal parts, you piece them together, put a brain in it, and boom, you got a homunculi.
Indeedly.
Wonder what they taste like.
Whatever that animal part is. Tastes like fucking chicken, if it's a chicken.
Think so?
All right.
I just built my coffee.
No.
How do you always manage to spill it?
Because I went to
It's
go
holding
clean
a
up my
vanilla.
keyboard, and I just knocked it on the ground.
We have like a coffee spiller machine now or something?
No, my desk is really small, and I just keep spilling my shit.
Did IKEA desk?
No, it was a desk out of Amazon. No, that was my first mistake.
At least it wasn't IKEA.
I would not know how to put that together. I don't speak Spanish.
I have an IKEA desk and I fucking hate it. It's small as shit. It's currently carrying 4 monitors and it's not doing well. It's about to fall over.
I feel that. I got a fold-out table holding 2 monitors, an iPad, and a Switch. I'm vibing.
I just said,
Okay.
just
So-
said one more year.
As our party and as our attentions turn back to Aurora, within its large walls, currently meandering through its corridors amidst its populi, are Gwen and Ace. Gwen less willing a participant and more a chaperone, as she follows Ace to ensure that no mischief or trouble is elicited from their charge. Making your way through the corridors, you see a buzz seem to take the air as the many citizenry are busily discussing amongst themselves. And Ace, you catch wind one of these comments. Of alleged food crisis looming on the horizon. Of the appearance of a divine in the midst of Aurora. and an uncertainty that hangs in the air amidst all of its citizenry. Gwen, as you follow suit, you catch earshot of these same self-rumors, but they do little to affect your disposition. Fully aware of the implications of war and the sacrifices that must be made. But you do catch wind of a god in the halls of Aurora, and this piques your interest. Something you've considered since the events that had taken place several days ago. If all of the gods now reside in the Prime, then what of the Raven Queen? These idle musings are quickly cast aside as your attention is drawn back to the present. It appears two individuals are arguing amongst themselves.
You can't have it! It's mine! I won't starve! My children are gone! My husband is dead! You won't take from me!
It appears that an elderly woman is currently belligerently attacking a young man. Drawing close, you see he is an adolescent teen. Aside from his rather well-kept clothes, he appears to be rather worse for the wear, and is likely one of the refugees taken in from Waterdeep. The boy is emaciated and clearly hungry, a wild, animalistic-like look in his eye. You see him draw back and strike the woman clean in the face as he yanks back what you now see to be a yam. As you look on at this spectacle, Gwen, Ace, what do you do?
I'm not gonna lie, that sound the old woman sound like the fucking member of the science team from fucking Half-Life. That's all it reminded me of constantly.
Gwen, this is a bit more your alley. I'm staying out of these. Or I can encourage it. Fight, 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 fight,
Please,
fight, fight,
please,
fight,
don't,
fight,
no,
fight,
please,
fight,
just
fight,
back
fight.
out of it.
Oh, come on. I'm not
As he
taking a
begins
bro
to
in a
chant,
while.
as Ace begins to chant, you hear slowly the chant take hold.
Oh my.
Let's go, partners. Fight,
Silence.
fight, 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 fight.
God. I'm smacking Ace across the face real quick.
Harder.
God damn it.
Jesus Christ, that's worse than me.
Just gonna real quick bind both of them with blood crystal binding to separate them.
You're no fun.
You can, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Carving into her hand a small laceration with a knife, Gwendolyn begins to tap into her blood hunter abilities, manipulating it to draw forth its arcane properties. A set of blood-forged chains lash out and begin to bind both the adolescent and the elderly woman.
Snapchat.
The young boy goes even more feral as he begins to violently fight and thrash against the chain. The elderly woman, still shocked that the boy had struck her, sits on her backside as the chains lock around her frail wrists and ankles.
Now, this is just a precaution while we keep another fight from breaking out, because who knows what else is going to happen, because this one over here is encouraging it. She's just glancing back to Ace.
You really know how to suck the fun out of things, bloodsucker.
I'm trying to keep the peace for right now because I'd rather not have a riot breakout out here at the moment.
Peace, my ass.
You want to be binded too?
It depends on the mood.
Oh my god. Who started this? Who took what from who?
That boy stole my ration. And I heard the rumors. Word spreads fast in the city.
And these rumors exactly would be?
That all of the food is gone. Turned to ash by the Scarlet King.
Have you tried eating the ash?
Please just stay quiet. You aren't helping.
When pigs fly now, I'll be quiet.
I'm sure that this is not exactly what's going down, and even if it is, there'll be people working on it, so... Just gonna look to the boy real quick. And do we have any of our own rations on us at the moment, at least?
Do you have an explorer's pack on your person?
I think I do, yeah.
Then yes.
Alright. She's gonna give back what was taken from the old lady to her, and then release her. And then she'll hand over a small amount of rations to the boy, at least.
The woman...
Just keep things from getting worse here. Please do not try things like this unless you would wish to be locked up. Because worst thing we want now is getting more people thrown in jail here. For unnecessary things.
The boy wordlessly takes the ration, staring intently at Gwendolyn. As he snatches it away and the bindings fade, he quickly rises to his feet and scrambles away into the crowd.
Little street rat. Worst mistake we made was letting those damned refugees in. Ruined our beautiful city.
I shoot her.
You'd have
That's
us
very
leave them to
right wing
die?
of her.
This old lady. Very much calling us sanity.
She's a hag.
Kill her! Maim her! Fuck her up!
Hang her! Burn her at the stake!
Fight, 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 fight,
Fight, fight, fight, fight!
Oh my
Let's
god.
go!
Aren't you the little peacemaker, Gwen? Always helping out the racist old lady. Look at you. You're a hero.
This old lady.
I am simply trying to keep more riots from or any fighting from breaking out, because whatever the hell is going on, it's better that we keep it from spreading and getting worse than anything beyond this. We should regroup with the rest, see what actually has happened. Probably know more than we do.
I don't know now. Regrouping? I don't know. I haven't really seen much around here yet. Thought you were supposed to be my tour guide.
You wish.
No, not really, to be honest.
Let's just get back to the others.
If I had a perfect tour guide, she'd probably be 6'3", brunette hair, and nope, sadly, I'm stuck with you.
She's just gonna grab his wrist and drag him along back towards one of the lists.
At least buy me dinner first.
I'm dying.
Did the brunette girl cross her
I
head
can't
into
just put her
thighs, or
butt
is it
up
just
my
me?
foot.
Happens.
Cat butt.
As Gwen resolves the disagreement and exchange between the two fighting civilians, the crowd slowly shifts away, now bored with the lack of conflict taking place. As you continue your patrol through the streets, simultaneously leading Ace around and showing some of the various important and notable locations found within the city. From the hangar, which he had previously visited during the engagement with Gillian, to the workshops located in the belly of the city. It's hundreds of residential floors, and the main administrative offices and areas that Ace would need to be familiar with.
This place makes me sick.
Ace spits this comment with a edge of venom in his voice as he considers what about the city it is that he hates so passionately. What it is that seems to rub them the wrong way.
So, Gwen, I got a question for you.
What is it?
So you say we're grouping up. Now, I didn't really get a chance to, well, meet these people. What are they like? How many people? What are we dealing with? We dealing gunslingers, my swordy stabby folk, dumb big brutes like you? What am I dealing with?
Well,
I
we
don't
met a
know who
couple
I'm
of them
talking
earlier when we were back in the research area and
again,
labs.
Didn't really get the chance to talk with many. I met with one fella. I can't remember his name now. Blue fella.
This.
Is that how it's pronounced? I wasn't quite listening. We talked about explosives for a bit. I like them already for that, but I didn't really get the chance to know anything more than anyone else. Now, how many members have we got? Who am I working with?
I'm honestly not even sure at this point. We've had people come and go.
Well,
But
you're an absolute great guy then, aren't you?
I'm still new to this myself, okay? They
Mhm.
hired us on to help increase their numbers.
As
I've
if
actually been meaning to ask that, Gwen. Now, what all of a sudden encouraged you to work for official folk like these? You used to be a well-respected mercenary. Well, I put well-respected in air quotes, some say.
Same thing that's always motivated us. Money.
That's the one thing we can damn agree on, partner.
They paid a very hefty toll to our group to bolster their numbers, and that we have done.
Where's the rest of your fellas then?
Within their rooms or in the barracks. Now, they had me at least want to stay with the main group, so we had someone to keep an eye on them.
You ever think about going back to it?
Possibly when this is over. I might finally be able to make retirement if I really wanted to. This payment.
Retirement for people like us now? That's never a thing that happens. We either live this work to the day we die. And let's be honest, that's
You
usually
weren't
no
wrong
way.
about that. Sounded dumb this moment I said it.
Yeah, in our life now, we don't make it to retirement. Our best way of retirement now is dying on the field, smell gunpowder in the air. That's the real way.
Once you said something that wasn't completely idiotic.
I can go back to being idiotic if you like.
Gonna sigh. Alright.
And as if by divine providence, a shrill chirping sound can be heard emitted from the sending stone rested in your ear.
Well,
voice of Youth Silverflame can be heard. I know that a meeting was held just recently, and that this is of short notice. But some recent developments have taken place, and I find it prudent that we gather our number together. I believe a solution to the ongoing stalemate we find ourselves in has presented itself.
Right on cue. Let's get back to the meeting room.
Show the way, Gwen.
Just gonna nod and head towards one of the nearest lifts.
Hey, quick question. Is this a non-smoking zone by any chance?
I don't know. Probably is.
All right, good. I'm gonna light one up. Want one? Cigar?
I'll pass.
More from me.
Alrighty, give me 1 second while I quickly shift the map over. God damn, there's a lot of tokens. As you all make your way to the meeting room, one by one you file in, seeing the same familiar faces that you've worked with on various occasions, and some new ones. That's why it's missing. Hold on. As you enter the room, before you, you see a collection of individuals. A pallid, sickly-looking holy woman. The familiar face of Ziz. A Kenku of unknown origin. A Tabaxi monk bearing a pair of rather complex-looking bracers. A water genasi seated just next to everyone's surprise, a seated Alistair. He sits, unaided by any apparatus. As you enter, Gwen and Ace take up seats around Faye. And a collection of 3 individuals enter in just after them. Oh, what the fuck? It wasn't updating on stream. I thank you all for coming. We'll be starting shortly. There's someone of great significance who's apparently making an appearance. As she says this, a tiefling man follows into the room after the trio. That rip. I thank you all for coming, you hear Youth say as the last of you funnel in. Recent intel has provided some significant boons in our effort to fight the good fight. Our friend, Rex Lurian here, has been made aware of a subterranean entrance into the city. Further research and intel has provided multiple entry points into this location, known as the Undermountain. Apparently, this ancient and well-aged subterranean mine was once in full operation some 20-30 years ago, but has since fallen into disrepair. A number of strange traps and pitfalls seem to line its interior. But if we can find the entrance into the city through this Undermountain, we might be able to funnel our troops undetected right under the Scarlet King's nose. This provides us a great opportunity in the war effort, but comes with great risk. A great deal of the tunnels are still unmapped, some left from their long since used time, and have probably fallen into great disrepair. So we will take roughly about a week's time as we send in scouts to clear the debris and find us a safe route into the interior of the city. However, while our main forces are breaching through this potential opportunity, we will need a great deal of our men on the surface, drawing the attention away from the mid-city area.
Question.
After a pause, Youth kind of looks to the party, a mild, expectant expression carved into her otherwise flawless features. Now, I'll admit, I'm not exactly what one would call the most qualified for this position I find myself in. But I believe it is with our combined efforts that we will find a solution that will win the day. If any of you are savvy to the art of war and grand-scale combat, now would be the most ideal time to state such.
That was not part of the question, but
I didn't even catch the question. Kind of cut out.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
But she just said, like, question, like a declaration kind of thing.
Oh. Yes, Roko?
this intel came from Rex, correct?
She visibly grimaces at the mention of his name, and Rex seems to be placing his gaze anywhere but on the events unfolding. Yes. Apparently, while within the city, Rex happened across an ally I'm sure some of you are familiar with. The man known as Tranquil. Details are still sparse, and it seems as if he's struggling to communicate. But according to him, he found himself in a subterranean network of tunnels located underneath the city, and after several hours of exploration, managed to find a pathway that led him to the surface. This pathway exited out into the mid-city district of Waterdeep.
Simply can't help but find myself skeptical at the notion that we are receiving this from a man who has... Now, yes, we did discuss this thoroughly, but a man who has 2 deniants within him, in which he then proceeded, in a baffling fashion, to claim his... what's a word for it? His unyielding devotion to the tyrant on top of our fair city here. And then the one who, despite all the good intentions he had, I'm sure, ran away from us after revealing that he was, in fact, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I do realize that we are in trying times, but I do hope that, as things are now, we can trust in this new strategy.
The reasons for my withdrawal from the city are complicated. All I can say is that if I had stayed, things likely would have been a lot worse.
Such as running into the Horsemen of Famine, correct?
Yep.
Who had apparently had himself stationed here, completely invisible in plain sight, for the good number of, what's it, 2-3 months perhaps? Time has become completely convoluted to me at this point.
I'll admit, I fucked up. Part of the reason why I took my leave was that I could hunt him down before things escalated. But that slimy bastard is hard to pin down.
Well, his bell has tolled.
Yes, I suppose mulling over the matter won't do any more good. I am merely speaking in concern of more personal affairs, and for that I apologize. Allow me to stay my tongue then.
Rex is given pause for a time, and eventually speaks up once more. Those who bear the seat of one of the horsemen embody that aspect, for better or worse. Had I stayed, bloodshed would have surely followed me, as it always does. Think back. For those of you who were there, you remember Lysak. And then the things that
Unfortunately-
took place in New Barovia as well.
Hmm.
Simple proximity to me is dangerous.
Why couldn't you tell us before?
So that we can play this song and dance where you convince me to stay and then I end up inadvertently getting many people killed?
Well, when you put it that way, then I will admit, yours was a more pragmatic decision.
I've had to walk around with this hanging over my head for years. It was the only pragmatic decision I could think of.
Very well. And I suppose that I can't take your word for all of it. I will suppress my skepticism.
Well, I'm feeling pretty skeptical right now myself, as 3 of the bells have tolled. 1 remains, and we have no idea where he is, or they for that matter, because we don't know what they are. At this rate,
Well, fortunately for us, the last horseman should be the easiest to find. Those who bear the seat embody it. Follow the trail of death, and you'll find the horseman.
my hopes aren't very high right now.
All the more reason we all stick together and we keep fighting.
Roko looks absent-mindedly down into her hands where she has her strange little device, and she's tapping away at it, though with a very brows furrowed and very stressed look on her face.
Many of us have been at this fight for a time. So, I imagine fresher eyes might prove helpful in this endeavor. You three, do you have anything that might help in the coming conflict? Any ideas, suggestions, thoughts? She says as her gaze goes from Lana to Faye to Ace.
You're asking us?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What? You're asking us what to do?
I don't think I'd be the best person to ask in this situation.
Yeah, I'm with her.
Well, may I ask a question if it ain't no problem?
The floor is open.
What exactly is the enemy? What is it? You keep throwing around fancy words, stuff, apocalypse, stuff like that, but what exactly is our target?
Youth looks surprised as she looks to Gwendolyn and then to Ace. Oh, my apologies. I was under the assumption you were fully filled in.
I've spent the last 6 months behind your bars. I don't have any idea what's going on right now.
Well, allow me to remedy that. Several years ago, in a far-off continent known as Atheris, a situation arose a particular man, hell-bent on enacting an ancient ritual that would awaken a slumbering god, set to work. And through his endeavors, and the failings, me and my own, he succeeded. This enacted a prophecy. The return of a god known as Gibbet. The antithesis, the god we know as Ao. In all things there is balance. Light, darkness, evil, good, death, and creation. Where Ao represents the creation of our world, Gibbet is its end. And very long ago, he was sealed away. But unfortunately, that is not the case anymore. As if matters couldn't get worse, it appears that our enemies have allied themselves with a multi-dimensional force. We've only been able to ascertain a small bit of information regarding this particular organization, but it is headed by a man known as the Scarlet King. His motivations, as well as his whole purpose for acting in the fashion that he has, remains a mystery to us in large part. But, to that end, he has provided ample support to the forces of Gibbet. And since we've been on the back foot, being outsmarted, overpowered, or defeated at every turn. Though, I would take heart, as our efforts have at least forestalled their machinations. So, I suppose, to put it as simply as I can, the enemy is Gibbet and the Scarlet King, and their allied forces, whom are currently rampaging in the ruins of the city of Waterdeep as we speak.
So how I put this now is that you don't even know yourself fully, even while you're fighting this foreign threat, you know, bits and pieces, there and there as you gather information. Right now, it just seems like you're on borrowed time.
It certainly does feel that way, I'll admit.
Well, in my life now, I've realized running only starts buying you more little and less time. It's just stalling. If you got the manpower, you got the guns, you got the swords or daggers, whatever the hell you want to use, why don't we just go in? If we know where these guys are, or if we don't, shit, find someone who does. Find the are, take them head on. Take them by surprise. Doesn't matter.
We tried that once, and we paid the price, you buffoon.
How many people did you send in the first time?
Many.
Then why are you sending many? They're gonna know if you send in a big crowd. Send in a few people. Let them sneak in.
And this is exactly where this strategy comes into play. With the knowledge of this subterranean entrance into the city, we have a chance to slip our troops in undetected beneath their forces. If we can get past their aerial support and get our troops within the city walls and hold meaningful land, we can take the city back and force them back through the rift from which they came. And that's where we are currently. Aside from finding a way to slip them in, we've got little else. We can provide these troops with the distraction they need to get in undetected, but this would require some of our number to engage the enemy and hold them for an extended period of time. It's the loose makings of a plan, which is why I present it to you all for review and refinement.
If I may, youth, I volunteer to be part of the infiltration team. I believe that I will be able to triangulate more precise stratagems in that position.
Most excellent. This will prove fundamental. We only know that it seems that the Black Citadel is the source of the dark sun that currently flies overhead. So, if we destroy the Citadel, we close the rift.
Alcé speaks up in this situation. If you give me bodies, I can amass an army of the dead and hold off and distract the Scarlet Army.
This could work for a time, but eventually they will overpower your undead legions. We'll need something that can work alongside you.
Excuse me. I hate to be a bother, but I got one small other question that might lead to something.
By all means.
Now, these men, I'm assuming now they have some type of place they stay, operation. Am I correct in that?
Yes, it would appear that a great deal of the bulk of their number reside within the city limits.
So, if they're in a city, in a one particular area, they get supplies, I'm assuming, right? From outside the city. Because if they're not getting supplies outside, then they're just seeing ducks until they run out. I'm assuming now there's some way now they're getting supplies in. Am I correct in that?
Absolutely.
Well,
Airships seem to be coming through the rift of the dark sun above the Citadel. We believe that these airships are what are carrying in their supplies.
so why don't we stop the airships? If we cut off any supplies they get, it weakens them. And then later there with our army now of undead distracts, we get airships, we take them down, cut off the supply. It'd be a bit of a waiting game until they start to get desperate. But once they do, you go under those fancy little tunnels, get your army in when they're already weak.
Adequate strategy. But the problem is we can't seem to close off the rift. Whatever is maintaining it seems to be within the Citadel just beneath it. So, if we want to stop the rift and cut off their supply chain, we'll need to destroy the Citadel.
And you can't get people in there.
Every set of troops we send in is razed to the ground by their air support, which is why this underground tunnel will prove extremely effective if we can draw their attentions away from the mid-city.
If you're sending in big groups, why don't you try sending a small group first thing? Air support's now going to obviously see a big troop of people running in, but if you send a team of 3-5 people, sneak in, disguises, the whole shebang, you might be able to get a few people in there. At least take a look at the very least.
Quite viable. We've yet to attempt a direct infiltration in that manner. One of the commanders of the Scarlet Legion is a man known as Strahd von Zarovich. This man, or better yet, this monster,
An old bastard.
bears an uncanny supernatural ability and I fear he might be able to see through any illusion or disguise we attempt. But I am open to the opportunity.
Well, you said he's able to see through any illusion or disguise.
He might be.
What
We
if you're
are
not wearing
unaware of the new gifts and abilities he might have in their totality. We've engaged him since the city's assault, and it went poorly.
But what if you're not wearing a disguise or anything? Well, if you send someone in that he has no idea who the hell you are, if you can't see through a disguise or some illusionary if you're not using it,
This could very well work.
I
If
hate to say it, but I feared Astrad would be smarter than that.
do you believe so, Roko?
Well, he was smart enough to kill me with his weird puppeteering spell at just the right opportunity.
You hear Gillian speak up for the first time since you've met him. We'll fight on the lines. We'll join the number.
Yes, adequate. Very good.
Not exactly what I would call the most eloquent, but Gillian said it best. We'll join on the front lines and do our best to provide an opening for the infiltration group.
Well, it's better than sitting around here and starving. Gandiva says.
Agreed.
Yes, about that. What are these reports I'm hearing? Rumors been spreading like wildfire that our food stores are empty.
Spread like wildfire. There's already fighting down in the streets between some people.
Are you saying there's no food?
pretty sure Gwen ate it all.
I love that
Yep.
little scoff at the end.
So about that, yeah, I met the Horseman of Famine.
Can you unmeet him so we can have our food back?
I wish.
Yay.
Yes, if only we could always have a retrospective button. Wouldn't that just be delightful?
Where's that time machine when you need it?
Science is impossible. And I should know. I am a scientist.
Fair enough.
Anyway, so he told his bell and pretty much just turned all our food stores to ash. We can replace the food stores with time.
Oh. What do you mean? Ring his bell. Is it like a physical bell?
It's more metaphorical. He's one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. His seat is famine, so he's all about hunger.
Yeah.
And he was just like, he snapped his fingers. He was like, oh, there you go. No more food. Boom. And then there was like a big, you might have heard it. It was like a big bell sound.
Yeah, I heard it.
I definitely heard it. I just
Yeah, it wasn't a
chose to
physical
ignore it.
bell. It's weird because it's not a physical bell. It's just like he just makes the sound happen, and it's like a spell almost. I guess I don't know.
That's weird. If
He
we
did
meet
it.
if we meet the next one, can we ask how they do that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can try. I
The
guess.
hope is to
Depending.
meet the final one, yes. I don't
I mean,
think it's
actually,
up
we
for
have one right
competition.
here. We could ask, how do you toll your bell, Rex?
You can't just
Um,
ask someone that.
well, I imagine
Maybe
it's
private.
different for each of the different horsemen of the apocalypse. In my case, when enough death, enough conflict takes place in my presence, it just happens.
So you're powered by suffering.
You see him grow clearly disheartened, his face kind of grow solemn.
Aren't we all?
Unfortunately, yes.
I didn't mean to be rude. It was more just a general question. I'm sorry.
Well, there you go.
Thank you for answering the question, though.
He just kind of half-heartedly nods.
Oh, I feel bad now.
Poor Rex.
That's like one of his biggest soft spots. And you punched him right in it.
Lana didn't mean to. It was more of a general question. They don't think before they speak.
How very enlightening.
I feel so awful in and out
God
of character.
damn, Jesus.
I feel so bad in and out of character. Oops.
If that concludes everything, I must be getting back to my lab.
I'll send the report out as soon as it comes back in. The recon teams should take only a few days. In the build-up to then, I highly recommend you all prepare. If everything goes to plan, this might be our chance to retake Waterdeep.
Well, let's see if we can.
Is the meeting over? Are people like leaving?
Roko is already going.
Oh, okay. Because I
Whoop,
want
whoop,
I want Lana to go up to Rex and apologize.
As various members of the meeting begin to make their way out of the room, Lana rises from her seat and makes her way towards the tiefling man, offering a multitude of apologies. Roko, I see you over there.
Just
Pardon me, let me just I'm passing through,
It's gone.
And Rex visibly softens at her apology. It's okay. There's it's a strange condition to live with. Your question was fair and reasonable.
I tend to speak before I think a lot, so I understand
Oh, you'll fit
now.
in perfectly with these guys.
I understand now after asking the question how that could be rude. So I'm so sorry.
Apology accepted. Hopefully, this is the last bit of suffering that we'll need to see for some time.
Well, I guess it's nice to know that even a horseman of the apocalypse doesn't want suffering.
I like to believe that we choose the people we want to be, regardless of what we're born into.
I think I got that thinking. I can relate to that.
I get that impression. And as he says this, Youth slowly walks up to the two of you as you discuss. She clearly has a look on her face as if she wants to say something. Rex wordlessly offers a hand and takes Youth's. I got some catching up to do. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Catching up.
They're gonna bang.
Yeah, I got the impression. Okay, you two have fun. I'm gonna. Bye!
To be for real though,
Well,
it's likely going to be a lot of talking between the two of them.
Yeah.
I believe you.
My heart, that whole sequence.
They're like star-crossed lovers.
I've heard that a lot, and I have no clue what it means, even to this day.
Lovers
So,
fated to never be together.
Oh, well, good luck for them, I guess. Rip.
Oh, I shouldn't interrupt them.
No, probably not,
Okay.
honey.
I agree,
That's a
cat.
Yeah, sorry, my cat wants it. What do you want then?
Cat battle cry.
Yeah,
She's
she's
loud.
good. Yeah, she really likes where I moved my desk, because now she will not leave me alone. I love you
It'd
too,
be
honey.
like that. They just when you change something, they get obsessed with it.
Love you too, honeybee. But be
This is
quiet.
not where I remembered it. This is not where I remember the smell. I am upset.
My whole world is crumbling apart.
As Ace rises from his seat, he follows the collection of adventurers slowly funneling out of the room. As he passes through the threshold of the doorway, what does he decide to do?
I'm goddamn starving. I'm getting something to eat. Go ahead and follow me if you want. Don't care.
Yes, starving.
Did Isla didn't leave yet, did she? Isla, Lana, sorry, wrong character. Sorry, names are melding. Sorry. Yeah, Isla's just in the corner of the room, just spying.
Hey, I know you were here all along. What you want? An important mission?
Nope, just in here spying. Ooh, ow. Okay. Anyway, Lana's still in the room, right? She never left. I mean,
Yep.
I didn't make her leave, so. Lana is going to follow rude, loud, abrasive dude for food.
Yes, food.
Food. Sorry, it's gonna be a theme in all of my characters that we're just obsessed with food.
Oh no, that wasn't my concern.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
All along this point, because she's just become Ace's chaperone, pretty much.
You don't have to follow me. I'm going either for food or bitches.
I'll say
Tell me if you want.
I'll say we'll offer to make some more fucking food for the storage. By the way, just putting that out there.
Alrighty. So, if you guys like, we could take a quick little stretchy break, a little 5-minute stretchy break. We'll come back into it with a week of time for you to peruse, prep, or interact with each other in the lieu of coming battle. If you
Is that a
have,
long rest, I guess?
yeah, it's definitely considered a long rest. Yep.
I
Feel
Finally,
free to top
thank
off.
God. Holy
Yeah.
shit. My
Poor
face is being
Tranquil
bruised.
Still sitting
Yeah.
here with 4 rocks projectile weapons just protruding out of him.
Just kind of hanging out there, you know?
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
Was he in
Running
the
a bit
room that
low
whole
on-
time just dying?
No, he was,
Catching-
he was in the
At
med
full
bay
health, you
being
know?
treated by Hana.
I was still just covered in bruises and shit from the fight with the what's it called? The guy
I'm
in full armor.
completely
I was about
fine.
at half health, but still.
And I
You
was
could have
completely
told
fine.
me. I could have done something.
I finally get all my luck points back. Yay, I cannot die again.
Alrighty. So we're going to take a quick little break. If you've been sitting for the last hour and a half, highly encouraged. You hop up, you stretch, you get them hammies moving, you get them glutes moving, you know?
So
Because blood clots in the leggies, not great, not fun.
slurp them like spaghetti. Anyway,
I just drank my waiting coffee. I don't think I can physically get up.
I'm gonna call this it for me.
Fair enough. If you have anything you want to do for the week hiatus before the coming conflict, just shoot me a DM. Because
Okay.
next session we'll be picking up right before that takes place.
Okay, will do.
Are we continuing on tonight? Or are we?
Yes, yeah, we're continuing on.
Oh,
Just taking
okay.
a quick little
I'm going to
5-minute
bed.
break.
I gotta work in the
Eden's
morning.
got to work
so-
in the morning, so they're taking off a little early. And we'll be
A lot
back
early.
in roughly about 5 minutes.
When
Bye,
we
guys.
return,
Bye, stream, everybody.
good night. When we
Goodbye, Virgil.
return,
What's up?
can I have a little bit with Roko?
Yeah.
Cool.
Alrighty. And
Think
we'll
for the-
be back shortly. Well, what's up, bro?
Oh no, I didn't. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. And we'll be back in 5. Hey guys.
Did you Venmo him like $20?
No, it was like 30 bucks. It was like 20 or 30 bucks now, which I like barely had in my account. All because of his stupid birthday. You don't get birthdays when you're in the middle. So.
Birthdays, am I right?
Oh my god, this coffee drink is so good.
Alrighty. The remainder of the day proves to be rather uneventful, save the occasional reports coming from the city below of the status of the battles taking place. The reports regarding Rock proved to be extremely helpful, as with the knowledge of him being within the city being known, they are able to focus his movements and actions within the city's limits via the Order of the Feather, the espionage and recon organization of Were-Ravens, originally founded in New Barovia, and now serving as the eyes and ears of the collective. Following the meeting that took place, Alcé takes an opportunity to join in suit alongside Faye in the production of more food for the city in the wake of the Horsemen of Famine's toll. And as a result, you gain an additional 3 days worth of food for a total of 1 week. Which brings us now to the head of your 5 days of preparation. On the following morning, your party wakes rather tentatively, the tension of the coming conflict weighing heavily on each and every one of you. On this day, what do you choose to spend your time doing in preparation?
Alrighty. First of all, quick little curiosity. Tranquil, how would you describe your character physically?
Well, he's a pretty tall man, very handsome man. I think I've been over this before. He has 2 tattoos. One of them is on his chest, and one of them is a dragon-ish serpent going up the side of his neck down to his left or right arm. He has deep black hair and same as deep black eyes. About it currently. Also, his arm veins are a little bit rusty.
Is what?
Arm veins are a little bit rusty.
Arm
Sorry about that. Veins.
The
Yes.
veins in his arms have a corroded look to them, just beneath the skin.
Alright. Okay, so I didn't fully prepared for my little bit, but... Right. So after that whole meeting, when Roko returns to her lab, she makes a call on her own personal line for her crewmates to join her. And at that moment is when she pleads to them, trying not to sound too desperate, trying to suppress the whine that creeps up into her voice, for them to leave this world with her behind. And she does her best to explain the dangers that are now escalating, and I can only imagine that their own rations were also affected by the Horsemen of Famine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I feared. That's what Roko feared. And Well, ammonia-based food for an alien species would be especially hard to come by in this world. And so, her crew looks very confused and concerned. But despite Roko's pleas, her closest friend, Hana, who had indeed tended to the wounds of the strange fellow the other day that came in with all sorts of crazy looking blades jutting out here and there. And if I could, Tranquil, Hana, another Avali, insisted that she looked into the arm with the weird rusting going on. What would Tranquil's reaction be to that?
That's just normal. That's because of the Denarian.
Hana
Those
would
are side
have
effects.
no idea what you're talking about and insist that she does have the advanced medicinal practice of otherworldly technology to treat it.
I'm not gonna say no, but be careful.
Time to finally pull up your character sheet for the first time.
Well, this is what happened. I'm just studying my recipes of poison from the Drow Man.
Hana would very curiously and suspiciously look over to see what he is up to.
Hey! Go on.
Yes, proper bed manners. My bad.
I don't even know what that means, but alright.
Here, have a medicine roll.
Alright. See how badly this can go.
See if she can do anything about the arm.
Okay, brother. Okay. Holy
Oh, I
shit.
mean,
Oh, no.
Holy shit.
No,
Oh, wait, no.
it was through Hana.
God damn it.
yeah.
Timing gone down to 0. Motherfucker.
Bad luck, man.
Lucky. I'm pretty lucky now.
Oh, that's
Okay.
okay, there it is. My bad. I did not notice the actual skill list on this.
Oh yeah. You can re-roll it again if you like. Because
Yeah.
Because then it adds
Now
the proper
that-
modifiers. Yeah,
that is
because
a
it's a
more
plus
proper one.
6. All right. Taking her advanced tools and apparatus to work, she uses the high technology to aid in the reconstructive surgery she performs on Tranquil, knitting together the flesh and muscle that had been harmed from the wounds. And upon completing the more pressing work, she grabs a vial, placing it into a syringer, and injects its contents into Tranquil's chest. The effect isn't immediate, but slowly, you watch as the veins in your arm, discolored and brown, slowly take on a healthier tone, fading
Real shit.
beneath your skin as the arteries and veins slowly fade back into their appropriate coloration. The contents of the vial releasing a dose of nanomachines throughout your bloodstream that's set to work repairing the capillary walls of your veins on a micro level. The process takes roughly 5 minutes, a paltry amount of time relative to the work she spent treating your wounds. And by its conclusion, you could pass for any other person save the devilish good looks.
Oh yes, Oh.
The one's distasteful and grotesque veins that stood out so drastically against your pallid flesh now returned to the way they were before you met Asbriel.
Wow. This shit, wow. How the hell did you do that? Normal shit don't work on mine.
Hana gives a small grin and just says, with a very tongue-in-cheek tone,
The power of science, my friend.
Yeah, science and shit, I know. I know a little bit about science. I don't know shit about medicine, though. That ain't my forte.
You would say you're something of a scientist yourself?
Yeah, kinda.
That is a joke.
It's in the aspect. Oh, well, okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. You don't think of... Why don't I study under you like a student learning from a master? Teach me the ways of being a medical artist. Person who knows how to live and how to take life.
he just chuckles, pats him on the back, and sends him on his way.
Thank you. I start walking. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I'm just gonna fucking walking. Wait, can I meet my goth mommy? That's the goal. Let's go.
no.
Second coming, brother. It's the second coming.
Apologies, though. Just about finished with a bit. So after all that is when Hana finally
Right.
meets up with the rest of her crew with Roko.
Come on.
After Hana tells her interesting story about her encounter with Tranquil, is when Roko begins her pleas of having her crewmates depart from this world. Is when Hana stubbornly insists that she remains so she may continue with her medicinal practices for everybody that's involved with the war efforts and whatnot. Just helping people in general. Hana is like the polar opposite of Roko, almost. In
I get
ways. So, turning to her other crewmates, they all look nervous, but they also agree that it would be best if they stayed. And this only distresses Roko all the more. She insists that this is her mission, her own responsibility to take, and that the rest of them should not be compromised for it. So if that's the case, why don't you leave with us? One of her crewmates would say. At which point, Roko, knowing full well the price she paid to be revived, can only meet that question with silence and more agony building up in her. She does not explain no circumstances, only giving a vague answer that would otherwise be hand-waved away as her usual what's a word for like isolating yourself from others? For what's a word?
Disassociation.
Self-imposed solitude.
We'll go with that. So after that point, she returns to her private chambers in her laboratory to mull over the situation some more. Since her crewmates do not want to leave, she has to continue to worry about their well-being and safety, but at the same time, it does drive her all the more to want to succeed in this more than anything. But at the same time, she has no idea how to really convey her full situation to them. The whole fact that she died, she did not mention that to them. They do not know. And so she would just lie in her hammock, peering over her tablet as she always does, but this time listlessly. For once, completely lost in thought with no machinations to go over. Just left in a slump for the duration of the night.
And so, Roko sits in solitude, reflecting on the circumstances she finds herself in, and struggling to come to grips with the risk and danger her crew now faces. Elsewhere in the city, seated at a idle bench in one of the now restored park areas of the city, with the ever sentinel-like Gwen looming over his shoulder, is Ace, tearing into a sandwich as he takes in the scenery and design of this strange place he finds himself in.
This is the worst sandwich I've ever had in my entire life.
It's definitely the most mid sandwich you've ever had.
And I've been eating prison food now for the last 6 months. This is awful, beyond horrible.
As you say that, you watch with idle curiosity as a strange boy, dressed head to toe in clownish garb and a stark white mask adorning his face, seems to be idly wandering through.
Oh god.
He walks in a almost pantomime march. And as you make your comment about your sandwich, you see the boy stop and turn on his heel. The nature in which he does this is both comical and a little unsettling. The boy comes to a attentive rest, arms at his side, and as he looks up at Ace, he tilts his head, equal parts creepy and curious.
Well, aren't you a little freak show?
Holy shit.
Can I help you?
Your sandwich tastes bad?
I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, I've had worse, definitely. I used to know a cook now, called him Wizard. Well, I don't know why we called him that now, because he was definitely not a wizard in the kitchen. But, I mean, I'm a little bit over dramatic, but it ain't the best. I don't know, maybe I got my expectations too up high now, of what I've been eating now, but I mean, it's all right.
I'm sorry the food's disappointing. Normally it's very yummy.
Thanks?
Recently things have gotten bad. I miss Mr. Quint.
Who?
Mr. Quinn. He was a really nice man. He took me in and taught me a lot of different things.
Well, good for you. Hey, what's your name, kid?
I'm Pagliacci.
Well, nice to meet you. Name's Ace.
Hello, Mr. Ace.
Is there, something I can do for you?
Well, yes, actually.
Alright.
I'm trying to find my friend, but I can't seem to find her anywhere.
Alright, I'm not doing it better right now. What's your friend look like?
She's about yay big, he says as he raises his hand high above his own head. She has orange hair and bluish
Okay.
eyes.
Orange hair, bluish eyes. Did
As-
you get a name?
Oh, yes. Her name is Faye.
Faye. She dressed a certain way at all?
She's dressed a little different from the people here. But I suppose everybody dresses a little different.
Yeah, you can say that. Listen, maybe I don't think it's anyone off the top of my head, kid, but you got like somewhere to be? Like you look a bit young to just be wandering around the city alone right now.
Oh, I'm a lot older than I look.
Oh, well, my apologies then, Mr. P.
No need to apologize. Mr. Quinn says that I'm short for my age. Says I'll grow into it. I don't know what that means.
Who is this Mr. Quentin fella?
He used to be a hero. But
Alright, sure.
things happened. And apparently he died. It's my fault. I was supposed to go help my friends during the battle. But I was busy. And when I got there, they were gone.
Well, listen, but, I'm sure it wasn't your fault now. I'm sure things are fine. Hey, why don't I go help you find that friend of yours now? I'm sure she can't be too far away. You want some help looking for her? I got nothing better to do right now. I'm kind of just looking around the city anyway.
He nods, enthusiastically. The bells on the 3 tassets hanging from his shroud jingle furiously. He reaches up with a small hand, as if to take yours.
Sure. Why not, kid? I'm warning you, though, I ain't too great with kids, though. Well, I mean, I know you're not a kid, but, you seem, you know, maybe just ignore my rambling now. Let's go, find your friend. Where do you think she could be?
The last time I saw her, she was on the surface city.
Well, I'm sure you know this city much more than me now. I don't really know my way around. I'm more of a rural kind of man. I'm not a big fan of cities like this. Never much interested in me.
It's no problem. I can lead the way. And as he says this, he extends his hand as if in offer.
Sure. I'll take his hand.
As you take the small boy's hand, it feels cold to the touch, bearing a hardness akin to stone or something. Not flesh, but you wouldn't be able to tell as he's covered head to toe. As the two of you continue your little trek into the corridors of Aurora, Gwen following silently in tow, you eventually find yourselves on the lift, heading to the upper layers of the city. As you ride in silence, you watch as Pagliacci, with your hand in his own, is kind of idly leaning back and forth on his heels. A gentle ding fills the space as the doors withdraw, and the three of you exit out into the landing of the corridor.
So, this friend of yours, how do you know her?
Oh, I met her just the other day. She
Oh,
came and played with us when we were here, he says as he leads you out from the corridor, through a passage, past a set of double doors, and into the open air, the exterior of the city. Large buildings extend forth towards the sky in every which way. And as you continue through the treaded paths, you eventually find yourself at the edge of a massive training yard. 3 large buildings fill the space, alongside 2 fenced-in pens. A number of young children, ranging from 12 to 20, seem to be all dressed in the same uniform and partaking in various exercises and training. You watch as Pagliacci, staring out through the 2 dark holes of his mask, scans the faces present, and then shakes his head. She's not here.
alright, well, what else do you remember about this lady now? Is she, I don't know, did she use anything, carry anything, got a backpack on her?
She had a nice snake.
Oh, what?
A snake. Its
Oh,
name
hell
was
no.
Mochi.
Like an actual, what, like snake, like Slytherin?
Yeah,
Long, ugh.
it was cool.
It's, snakes, snakes kind of, yeah. I'm not a big fan on, snakes.
Snakes are scary to you?
Now, don't tell anyone this now. When I was really young, I got bitten by a snake. Almost killed me. Ever since that day now, I always think they have them out for me now. I'm not a big fan of them now. They, let's just say there's not many things that make me run for the hills, but a snake, well, that's one of them.
I
Snakes.
understand. I think fire's scary. It hurts.
Fire does indeed hurt. Something beautiful about fire, though.
I agree. I like to watch the flames dance.
True, they do quite a nice little boogie, don't they, now?
He doesn't say anything.
All right then. So we're looking for a lady that's about yay high, wearing weird clothing, with colored hair, blue eyes. Well, that only limits it down to what? Maybe a couple thousand people?
Now you know why I've had such a hard time finding her.
Gwendolyn, does this recognize any colors or flags popping up in your mind?
The young girl who joined us earlier, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't really paying attention to the girls in the room. I usually do, but
Probably down by the food stores. I believe they were working on replenishing them now that they're empty.
Oh wait, yeah, the cleric girl who's sitting next to me. I didn't think of that now. Well, you mind showing us the way, Gwendolyn?
She sighs and starts walking off in the direction towards the storage place.
Leading the trio, Gwendolyn makes way back towards the lifts. The entire way, still holding tight to Ace's hand. Pagliacci is exactly 4'8".
Dude, I am like bending down. I am 6'3".
He's a small.
I'm getting scoliosis right now.
Pagliacci is staring unblinkingly, or at least you would imagine so if you could see his eye, at Gwendolyn.
So, Polly. Mind if I call you Polly?
Not at all. Mr. Kaifus used to call me that.
Alright, well, you mind if I ask, what's with the mask? I mean, don't get me wrong now, I used to run with fellas who wore masks all the time. And I must say, your mask is quite cool looking now, but still gotta ask. You know, curiosity killed the cat and all that.
For the first time, you see him somewhat shy away.
You don't have to answer now, it was just a general question. Yeah, it's alright.
Most people don't like me without my mask.
Oh, I'm sure you're fine. You seem like a swell fellow. Never be afraid to, show who you really are. Don't get me wrong, masks good for hiding. I used to wear masks all the time. Shit, I still do sometimes. But it's good to show every once in a while.
Promise you won't yell?
Friend, if you're comfortable with it now, if it's scarring or something like that now, I ran with friends now who had burnt faces, disfigured faces. I had a friend there who was mauled by an owlbear. Face was the most messed up looking thing in the world. I didn't bat him an eye though, still treated him like a human being. Doesn't matter to me now, I ran with all types of people. Don't care what you look like, just matter how you act like.
The three of you have now entered within the interior of the lift as it begins its descent. Pagliacci slowly pulls his hand away from your own and begins working at the fastenings of his cowl and mask. After some fidgeting, his back turned to you as he does so, you see him pull back the cowl, and this but gives you a glimpse of what you can expect as he slowly turns around. What you see is what you could only describe as a small wooden doll with the flesh of a boy fixed to its face. A shoot of almost mohawk-like hair raised from the crown of his head on the bits of flesh that stretch back far enough.
See, you ain't so bad, kid. You made us seem with something that was really bad. Trust me, I ran with Phyllis. You look fine, kid. Sorry, not kid. You look good, Paul. Really, if people get mad or scream at that face now, they're just bullies. Don't let that bother you, kid. Truly.
His dull, yet paradoxically bright eyes stare up at you, and a small smile etches itself onto his face.
I'll give him a grin back.
He begins to fix his mask and cowl back. A long time ago, before Mr. Quint, people would set me on fire and beat me, called me a monster.
You know,
And
kid. Oh, sorry, continue.
then Mr. Quint taught me how to make people smile.
Well, it sounds like this Mr. Quinn was a very good man. And you know what? Surprising, kid, we ain't so different. That story now reminds me of a lot of things that happened to me when I was younger. Different yet similar. I was called a monster a lot in my youth. Sometimes still am. But it doesn't define who you are, kid. All that defines you now is you, not reputation. Reputation is just a made-up word. You is what defines you.
I like you, Mr. Ace. You remind me of Mr. Quint.
Well, I appreciate that. You know, you kind of remind me of someone I used to be with.
The ding of the lift notifies the trio that you have arrived at one of the administrative levels of the city. Making your way out, you find yourselves, in little time, within the storage areas. And in the distance, you hear a rather excitedly speaking guardsman kind of yelling indiscriminately for a time until you draw close enough to hear what he's saying.
Holy shit, you guys are fucking amazing. We'd be absolutely screwed without you guys.
As you draw closer, you see one of the New Barovian Guard, Faye, and the priest-like woman you had seen yesterday, who had mentioned raising an army of the dead for the day of conflict. They seem to be making their way out of one of the storerooms. As Pagliacci catches sight of the priestly-like woman, you see him quickly run over to her and grab onto one of her legs in embrace.
Bro, you're hitting me in the feels. Anyway, as Faye notices this small child pretty much attach herself to her leg, she kind of looks down and is very surprised to see Pagliacci because she was actually going to look for him after she was done creating all the food. Hi, is that you, Pagliacci?
Hello, Miss Faye.
It's wonderful to see you again.
You then see him lean back and then turn and look at the person just behind you. And just as quickly as he had grabbed onto you, he latches onto her.
Oh, hi.
Matron Ma'ause, what are you doing here? How do you know Miss Faye?
Oh, we're making food together because there was no more food.
Is that why the food tastes bad?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Some bad guy came and made all the food go away. And now we have to put it back.
Should I bleed him?
Yeah, next time if he comes around again, you can kill him if you want.
And Pagliacci is seen very excitedly nodding at the prospect of this. He pulls away from Alcé and with a wide sweep of his arms. This is Mr. Ace. He's very nice. He helped me find you.
Give a small little wave. Howdy there. You must be the woman Mr. Paul here was looking for.
Maybe. You were at the war room, weren't you?
I do believe I was sitting next to you, actually. I wasn't quite paying attention to the people. My apologies, ma'am.
I sure hope you were nice to him.
I do try my best. Be respectful as I can. It's how I was raised.
That's a new thing.
Just not to you, Gwen.
I mean, from my perspective, you weren't very nice in the war room either.
Well, sorry I came across that way, ma'am. I try my best to be respectful, but I've been locked up for quite a bit now. So maybe temporism now. First conversation now out of that cell in quite a while. Can be a confusing state of mind.
It's
Well,
not the worst
you
I've
see-
seen.
Well, what's
You
the
want-
worst you've
I've seen some pretty messed up stuff.
If you want to see bad manners now, you should see Gwendolyn eat.
I don't think I've had that pleasure yet.
Where are you getting this idea of me being like this? I don't.
I mean, you are kind of stoic.
I'm just messing with you, Gwen.
Do you two know each other?
I'm the one who's
Sadly,
put his ass in prison.
I'm the one to let her put my ass in prison.
I sense some conflict.
What? No, we're the best of pals. Ain't that right, Miss Gwendolyn?
Sure. Whatever you think.
Oh, I think a lot now, but well, be rude to say.
They must be friends. They talk to each other a lot. And when I met Mr. Ace, Miss Gwendolyn was staring at Mr. Ace really hard.
What he
They must
said.
be very good friends.
Yes, indeed. So, what are you folks doing here right now?
Well, after Mr. Famine decided to come through, he kind of evaporated all the food. So me and this other cleric here are recreating the food supply.
Well, if there's anything I can help with now, you just let me know.
I mean, unless you can summon food out of thin air, that'd be pretty cool.
If I had that ability now, my life would be a lot easier. I'll tell you that, friend. But I have a few bit of rations on me now. Nothing really good now, just some canned goods, I think. But yeah, that helps. So, I mean, if you know a place where you can get food, I'm more than happy to make the travel.
I appreciate your niceness, Mr. Ace. You're a rather sweet man.
You don't know me quite well enough now to say that, but I appreciate that.
As long as you don't do anything to differ my opinion. Well, I hope you don't anyway.
Well, if we travel together often now, we'll see.
Alrighty then. They'll look down to Pagliacci. So, little one, how have you been?
I've been good.
That's marvelous. How has I believe Roland, was it?
Oh, Ronald.
Ronald, yes.
He's been acting strange recently.
Really?
Him and Artorias keep whispering to each other. They don't tell me what they talk about, but they have this serious look on their face all the time.
Do you think it causes for concern?
No, they usually do good things. They always try to be Mr. Quinn's favorites.
How has the rest of the little group been?
Some of them don't want to come to practice anymore. I think a lot of them might leave.
Oh, that's a shame.
Leave? Where are they gonna go?
I mean the lights.
Yeah, where are those kids gonna go if they leave?
They said they would not fight anymore.
That's weird. Well, maybe I'll go talk to them.
I think it'd be a nice trip. How's Lance?
I haven't seen him in some time.
You talked about him when we first met.
He left some days ago.
Do you know where he went?
He went on a super secret mission for Mr. Quint.
Oh wow, he sounds very important.
Yes. Mr. Quint said that him and his friends were going to be the future. But then John did bad things.
Who's John?
John was a friend of Lance and the others. But then, one day, he joined with the Scarlet King. And then, a bunch of people died, and he left.
Heard that name thrown around several times. I'd have to talk to Lady Youth about that. Anyways, are we going topside?
And Pagliacci nods, taking the hand of Alcé and Faye. He looks up to Ace and Gwendolyn. Thank you for helping me find them.
Oh, it's no problem, Mr. Paulie. Oh, hey, before you hit the road now, here, take this. I'm gonna bend down and I'm gonna give him a playing card. Specifically, a Queen of Hearts. I want to say a heart card.
And he takes the card, looking it over, back and front. Thank you. I don't get a lot of gifts.
Well, there's a lot of meaning in cards now. I was grown up and taught to be a gambling man. I believe that each card now has a meaning. The heart is one of the most important cards now there is. The heart now represents your inner child. People that care for others more than themselves. The selflessness. Good people are heart cards. You see my good people, friend. You keep remembering that. You have a good day now.
Okay, so you're not joining us.
Do you need my help with something, Miss Faye?
Believe so.
Well, if you need my help with something, I don't mind joining along. I don't think I got anything better to do now. I don't really know if it's even topside anyway. But if it's out of this more inner city part now, then I'm happy to join.
Glenn, how about you?
Just make sure he stays out of trouble.
Me's in trouble? No. Gwen, me? Never.
Exactly.
I'm here to make sure you stay out of trouble, ma'am.
All right. And your grouping make their way topside to the surface city that you might meet with the Little Light and provide some moral support to these many disenchanted children. But for a time, we're going to turn our attention elsewhere. To a man, freshly healed and driven by a singular purpose as he ascends the tallest tower in Aurora.
Here we go again, round 2.
And this is the point where he dies.
Probably. If we're gonna be honest here, I'm probably dead.
As the lift finally reaches the peak of its ascent, the gentle ding lets you out onto the platform. A modest-sized space, starkly decorated, with a large set of double doors hewn from marble, a singular console just adjacent to it. You make your way over, and excitement and giddiness as you hit the button on the set of doors, and they part. A sudden gust of the exterior wind comes blowing through into the space. As you look out onto the terrace, seated on the far end, her face buried in a book, is Lalamet. You cross the threshold, closing the distance between the two of you. She makes no move to acknowledge your presence. Her nose studiously buried in her book as you call over. Slain a god yet?
Well, I got close. Pretty fun. I don't remember any of it. Almost died. Fun times. Have you ever been to the deeper, the underground, whatever you call it? Pretty exciting there. Lots of slavery, lots of ambushes. I do recommend it.
You hear a slightly bemused chuckle slip past her lips. Well, then I'm impressed you managed to get back here. And yet,
I'm impressed myself.
Still lacking the scroll.
Oh yeah, no, that kind of happened because of Valor Mill. Kind of went insane. Made a deal.
Well, of course.
Kind of didn't go well.
That is a beast on a chain, you fool.
Well, I kind of allowed him to do it, and he kind of took a lot of control from it. I mean, it was a deal, so deal's a deal. Can't go back against the word.
Deal?
Yeah.
You forged a pact with him.
Yes? That's so shocking.
Well, yes, it's an absolutely stupid thing to do.
That's my middle name.
If it weren't for the
And
fact
that's
that you
allowed.
were so entertaining, you do understand that I would melt you where you stand.
Oh yeah, 100%. I
And
think
yet
that's
you
what makes it interesting.
persist.
I mean, I've gone this far, haven't I? I'm a charismatic guy. What can I say? Get in a lot of trouble. What you guess? I don't want too much on torn, but I'm a bad guy. You know what I mean by that?
You see a vein begin to bulge in her forehead.
All right, I'll tone it down. I'll tone it down. A small bit.
He said, I'm a bad guy.
I'm a bad boy.
This freaking guy.
You gotta do what you gotta do to get laid, alright? By a fucking dragon goth mommy. There's no other way around this.
So was it unerring stupidity or a overzealous desire to see me that brought you on my terrace once more?
Probably a mix between both. I'm gonna be honest. Both seem pretty good. For one, you're beautiful. For two, you're interesting. Can't say that about most people.
So you've come to bear compliments and flattery.
I mean,
Is that it?
came here to talk. Guess that is what compliments and flattery are. Talking to someone. That's how you get to know someone.
So let me get this straight. You showed up on my terrace to court me.
Not currently, no. But just a talk. That's a future endeavor. I do not feel like I am prepared for that yet.
The first
You know
sensible
when
thing
you-
you've said since you showed up.
They're rare in between.
Tell me, has Asbriel also become a Denarian of madness in your company?
He's actually like the voice of reason, I'm gonna be honest.
Then that is the miracle that has kept you around so long, I see now. Fair enough.
And luck. A lot of luck has played into this. I'm
Clearly.
gonna be honest. I have been in so many near-death situations. I have saved so many people from near-death situations. It's insane.
Fine, I'll entertain you.
Yes.
Do regale me with your tales of valor and bravery. Roll a persuasion check
Oh,
as you attempt to regale her with your feats of bravery and valor.
let me check my natural persuasion of that's perception. God fucking damn it. There's my natural persuasion of 4. Wait, so let me ask a question. Let's say I roll lucky. It counts for the highest one, right?
I believe you re-roll the total and you have to use the new total.
Ooh, fuck. Ooh.
Let me verify though, just to be sure.
Is it the lucky feat?
Yeah.
Yes.
You get to choose.
Ah, yes,
Let's
yes, I see here.
go!
Roll a
Fuck yes.
d20, then choose whether the check uses either okie doke.
Let me re-roll it one more time. Let me re-roll it one more time. Let's go with the 18.
Use every single luck point.
Actually, you know what? That's a good point. I should probably use all my lucky points. Well, going with the 18. It's really worth it.
Wow.
Well
Hey
done.
man, I got a wow. Okay, this is gonna take like what? Well, I'm gonna talk to her for like 30 minutes before I eventually die. It's worth it. It's 100% worth it. And then we gotta go on the trip, you know. That takes time. I'll regain. I'll
And
become better.
so you go on to regale her with tales and stories of your exploits, going over what missions you feel comfortable enough sharing during your time with the organization. And while she doesn't seem impressed, she doesn't incinerate you. And she does tolerate you for an extended period of time.
Making progress.
Before you know it, more than an hour has passed as you two sit and you speak. And at the conclusion of your latest tale, well, impressive, I guess, to say the least.
Well, thank you.
I always did love traveling.
Oh.
Being able to move between the various planes and places does sound like a entertaining adventure at the very least.
Well, hypothetically, this is a hypothetical, right? Not yet entertained, right? Hypothetically speaking, where would you like to go on a date? Hypothetically speaking, of course. What would be like your dream date spot? A nice little restaurant by the side, the ocean breeze.
Let me ask you, she says with a mild smile on her face. Does the sun burn your flesh?
If you stay out in it long enough, yeah, probably.
On the surface of the sun.
Oh, that's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. I'll see what I can do.
And she actually laughs for the first time. A genuine, authentic laugh.
Go!
Alright, I've had enough of you for the day.
Alright. Well, see you next time.
Before you turn to leave, she raises an arm and peels a scale from it. And then flips it to you like a coin.
This the token of our love? I'm making progress, baby.
A memento to remind you of your mortality, your moment of death. Something pleasant to think of.
Nah, that comes for us all. I've seen it my fair share.
Perhaps
pretty
for
close to
your
me.
kind. Now off with you. Before I decide to
see us.
eat you.
That'll be cute. Oh, that would be actually pretty cool. You know what? I have an idea. We'll talk about this later, all right? My brain. is
Never in
flowing
my
with
life have I immediately regretted a statement so quickly as soon as it left my lips.
Boy.
That's not that. I was thinking of some. Actually, no, that probably was what it was. You know what? Fuck it. We're going to the Vor route.
Okay. I think we're gonna call it there for tonight, guys. I think that's a great note to leave it on.
The best note.
You'll have 4 more days in preparation. They won't all be this long. That said, consider some things you would like to do before the great conflict. Plan with each other. Talk, converse. Things will get harrowing
Where's
and
the
spicy when the day of battle comes.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
The Day of Reckoning. Part
It
2.
can't be that bad.
Electric Boogaloo.
Will this be where the scarlet tide spills forth unto all of Faerun? Or will you staunch the bleeding and get yourself but a little bit more time?
See you next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Wow.
As always, guys, an absolute pleasure.
Yes,
Really
thank you.
appreciate
That's
it.
God, I love being the Riz Master.
You better fucking stop. Oh my god, the Riz Master. No.
I'm coming for that title.
The Rizzler.
Drake
The
Grizz.
Rizzler, no. I'm dead.
Yes.
I
They don't
can't.
call me Ace Rizline for no reason. I'm coming
Drake
for that
Grizz.
title.
They call me Benito Rizzlini.
The Riz
right?
Rivals will be the Riz Rivals.
Oh my god.
Much appreciation, guys. Next week, we've got some interesting stuff on the books. So, if you had fun, look forward to catching you then. That said, I did catch what you had made mention of, Tranquil. So if
Yeah.
you have something like on the side, or like a tertiary job you'd like to have him fill, I can have him do that.
Alright, give me time to
Yeah, exactly. Give you time to think of something, come up with an idea. You got till next Saturday. So, and of course, that extends to all of you. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ideas you just feel like running by me, don't hesitate to shoot me a DM. Now
Yeah.
that the pestilence has mostly subsided, I have my brain back, so shit's gonna be fucking pumping out.
Bro, let's go.
Nice. I actually do have some
It's
things
pretty
I
much-
actually want to talk to you about.
Hell yeah.
Not
Hey.
all completely related in the Ace though.
Ah, no
I got
worries.
more to talk about my Riz, alright? We gotta have.
Yeah, that's actually what I
That's
want to
gonna
talk
become
about.
a new stat called Riz.
Oh, you better
Mhm.
stop,
A
because
new
I'm
skill.
working on a TTRPG system.
Make a
Oh
Riz
yeah, you
pack.
talked to me about
Use
I
his
that.
got
charisma as
things
the
in the
base.
works.
Oh,
I can't
Proficient
talk
in
about
Riz.
it, but I got things in the works.
Oh,
I
yes,
can't
yes.
talk about it.
not
We
one
have
I
talked
got
Riz.
about
things
this
in the works.
beforehand.
Not one
Remember.
Riz. It's sexual harassment.
Yes.
What?
No.
Yeah, That's what you get. The Riz.
Oh my god.
Just harassment.
Not harassment if they agree to it. As consent. Get
Yeah,
it
you're right.
correct.
Not one consent.
That one consent.
Dude, I can't believe I had
Alrighty,
that
guys.
one on that roll.
I'll catch you
And-
later.
All right, have a good one.
Good night.
We all lit.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, people.
Yes, it feels so good to be back at it again. Running the Unlikely Few. New name pending. Just saying. It's changed, it's grown. It's not the small collective of unlikely heroes it was at its start, but now a collective fighting for the continued existence of the Great Forest. Perhaps the Yggdrasil Collective. All that said, if you had fun tonight, definitely stick around, drop a follow. We run D&D every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. 3 separate groups, all interlinked together in this grand plot leading to the convergence of the multiverse. So many worlds, so many gods, so many issues, so much suffering. How will our heroes contend? The only way you'll know if you stick around. So, if you love D&D, every Tuesday, you can stop in at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And every Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be updating the schedule with more up-to-date timing, with the massive sweep of changes we have working in the background. I know I keep talking about it, and I have been for like the last 2 months, but you know, you don't exactly expect to get the fucking pestilence, and that put a big hamper on the progress. But if you're willing to be patient, so much is coming, friends. So as always, stick around, take care of yourself, drink plenty of water, get plenty of rest. The cornerstones to wellness, and a fundamentally productive day. But more important than that you continue to love yourselves and each other. And that tomorrow might be a better day, and that we can all enjoy it. So until then, take care. I'll see you soon. And before we part, let's send a raid on over to somebody on Twitch. Spread the love. Let's see, who is live right now? How about we drop a raid over? Django Markov playing some Monster Hunter Rise. Be sure to spam him with some emotes, show the love and support. I'll catch you all likely tomorrow with some Final Fantasy, as I finish the last little bits of some art being worked on. And I'll see y'all soon.